Chapter 51 The Heart of Tao collapses. Zoro. Inexplicably, Zoro felt that he was offended. But he couldn't carefully understand the meaning of Kyle's words, but Kyle took the lead and smiled. I'll introduce myself. I'm the captain of the Twilight Pirates, Kyle. Pirate. Zoro's eyes flashed suddenly. He raised his head suddenly and looked at Kyle curiously. Next second. Swish. Wen Ya's long sword and Dao Yi's words were suddenly unsheathed. If you know me, you should know that I am a bounty hunter. Zoro's eyes were brutal. At this moment, he also recognized Kyle's identity. The pirate with the highest bounty in the East China Sea, Kyle. Ha ha ha, don't be so nervous. We are not enemies. Faced with the murderous aura that slowly rose from Zoro's body, Kyle's expression was as normal. He even took the initiative to step forward, reached out and pressed Zoro's hand, and pressed his unsheathed knife back. I heard that you went out to sea to find a stronger swordsman to train your sword skills. The opportunity is rare, why not compete here? Contest. Are you with you? Zoro frowned, unable to understand Kyle's intentions. But Kyle shook his head gently and said with a smile. Of course it's not me, I'm not a swordsman. While speaking, he looked back. Dasky, stop busy now, let's practice sword skills with our great swordsman. Okay. Although he was not sure what Captain Kyle's purpose was, Dasky still followed the order and walked over with his sword. The fighting spirit rose in his eyes instantly. Twilight Pirates, Dasky, please give me advice. Swish. Bingqing's Zanpo long sword suddenly unsheathed, and the sharp blade emitted a cold breath under the sun. Zoro frowned instantly. The intuition from the swordsman made him realize that the person in front of him is definitely not an easy person. He glanced at Kyle, and couldn't tell what he wanted to do. But fighting with the powerful swordsman was indeed what he was looking forward to. Roranoa Zoro, please give me advice. He instantly pulled out 3 knives and pulled his posture away, without any intention of underestimating Dasky because she was a female. After all, a few years ago, he was defeated by the swordsman more than 2,000 times in a row. A strong fighting spirit suddenly burst out. But at this moment, Kyle, who was beside him, suddenly spoke. Dasky, just use kendo, not use ghost-do. Okay. Dasky nodded slightly and agreed. Zoro frowned again. Ghost Path, what is that? Is it the name of a swordsmanship? Although he didn't know what the Ghost Path was, he knew very well that Kyle was letting this female swordsman hide his strength. HMPH have you been underestimated? Zoro immediately snorted in his heart. If you dare to underestimate him, then be prepared to be shocked. Even though Zoro had never said that, in his mind, he was the strongest swordsman in the East China Sea. In the future, he will definitely be the world's strongest swordsman. Step on. Zoro stepped hard, and his whole person instantly turned into a beast going down the mountain, attacking Dashi quickly. 3 swords, ghost slash. Clang. A crisp and loud metal collision sound suddenly echoed throughout the naval base. In an instant, time seemed to be stopped. Zoro, who had arrived behind Dashi, had wide eyes, his pupils trembled heavily, as if he had experienced such an incredible thing. Dasky let out a long breath, but played a beautiful sword flower, and slowly retracted the Zanpakura to the scabbard. Kill Shiyu, she revealed softly. The spiritual power surrounding the body suddenly dissipated. And at this moment, click click, a clear sound of cracking suddenly rang out. The 2 ordinary knives in Zoro's hand suddenly broke and fell to the ground as soon as Dasky finished speaking. Zoro, who was shocked, was stunned and stood there, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. He was defeated by the female swordsman again. And she is also a female swordsman who looks so much like her. For a moment, Zoro didn't know what he should feel at this moment. Seeing this scene, Kyle was not surprised at all. Although Dasky's character template is based on mental power, with enough levels accumulated, she has abandoned the application of Ghost Path. The strengthening of the body by spiritual power alone is at least 8,000 W. It is equivalent to the level of the Mr. 1 of Clockdale. And now it is still a year before Luffy officially goes to sea. Zoro's current strength cannot even be achieved when he first appeared, so how can he talk about fighting against Dashi at this time? However, if you admit defeat because your opponent is strong, he will not be the legendary Scourge. Step on. Zoro suddenly turned around, took off the words he Daoyi from his mouth, and clasped his hands tightly. He grinned. Hey, why are you putting your knife? The battle between us is not over yet. But you have lost. If I hadn't kept my hand, you would have been dead now. Daisuke frowned, unwilling to fight Zoro again. Zoro's current strength is at most a pirate of about 3000 W Bailey. Maybe he might even be a little polite. She might as well wait for Monka to return when she practices against him. At least she didn't have to think about how to stop her strength when she was cutting Monka. Anyway, that big guy is a monster and won't be hurt no matter how hard he cuts it. Daisuke no longer paid attention to Zoro and looked at Kyle, ready to obey Kyle's orders. But what she didn't expect was that Kyle actually nodded with a smile and said, "Since the other party wants to continue the battle, then we should not discourage others' interest. But this time, you can use Ghost Path." Ah! Hearing this, Daisuke was suddenly stunned. But Kyle turned his head and looked at Zoro and asked, "How about it, Mr. Zoro? It's okay to let Dashi use his full strength, right?" "Certainly." Zoro answered without hesitation. Although he lost the battle just now, Zoro clearly felt that his sword skills had improved a little. He felt that as long as he continued to fight with the woman in front of him, his understanding of swordsmanship would definitely have a qualitative leap. Use Ghost Path. After seeing the smirk on Kyle's face, Daisuke seemed to understand something. Does the captain want me to give him a good blow to the other party's arrogance? Don't show your full strength first, let the other party think that they still have the power to fight, and then use overwhelming power to give the other party a heavy mental injury. For a proud swordsman, this is simply a knowing blow to the heart of the swordsman. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a murder to kill people. For a moment, Daisuke looked at Zoro again, with a hint of sympathy. I really don't know why this green algae-headed guy offended Captain Kyle, and he actually asked the captain to do this. Daisuke quickly obeyed the order. Before Zoro could react, she suddenly began to condense all her spiritual power and transport it to the blade of Zanpo. Among the ghost paths, there are also powerful ways to break the paths used with Zanpakura. For example, this move. Breaking the Tao, 78th killing the Wa Wheel. Chapter 52, Conquering Zarin. The vast spirit filled with the aura of destruction pressed against Daisuke's body and condensed on the Zanpakura, forming a huge golden slash. The next second, the world seemed to be divided into two, bright and destructive, bright and dazzling. Daisuke raised her head, her face was silent, and she murmured with a slight apology. Although I'm sorry, this is your own request. Since I want me to give my all, I hope you can survive the next hit. At this moment, Daisuke's eyes were soaring to the world. This is the first time in her life that she has heard such an outrageous request. In an instant, the condensed spiritual power slashed suddenly and slashed through the void, slashing towards Zoro with an unparalleled force. What is this? Looking at the flying slash in front of him, Zoro's pupils suddenly expanded. The scorching red gold was quickly enlarged in his sight and then occupied his entire world. Without time to think, Zoro quickly put Hidao Yuen into the sheath. The muscles in his body instantly bulged, and his whole body swelled up in a big circle. Yi Dao Lu Juhei Lion Song. Pung. A sharp slash emerged from the air. Clang. The crisp sound of metal impact appeared again. At this moment, Kyle's eyes lit up when watching the game. I saw that on the battlefield, the huge slash was firmly held by Zoro's long sword at this moment, and it was frozen in place. A hint of surprise suddenly flashed in Daisuke's eyebrows and sighed in his heart. Can this guy on the other side really block his full blow? But Daisuke couldn't come to her senses, and she saw a scarlet blood suddenly spilling out of Zoro's mouth. Under the pressure of the spiritual pressure slash, even though he burst out his full body strength, he was still so stressed that he couldn't breathe. The resistance lasted only a few seconds, and he couldn't help but spit out a large mouthful of blood. Ah! Zoro screamed, and the huge impact instantly knocked him away. Go out, like a shell, and smashed it into the wall behind. The power of the slash filled with spiritual power continued to rush out straight, directly blasting out a huge hole in the wall of the naval base. Gudong. In the base, a group of naval troops carrying supplies suddenly widened their eyes and looked at everything in front of them in disbelief. You must know. The walls of the naval base were built before Colonel Mouse's reign, but they had never been cut into corners. Even if it is bombarded by more than a dozen cannons at the same time, it will take at least 1 hour, and with the support of countless shells, it will be possible to be destroyed. This pirate girl is indeed a monster. If their body mortals were caught like this, their souls would have long since run to the Wonquan to take a bath. For a moment, the Navy were deeply moved. Thank you for not killing me before. Thinking of this, their pace of transporting supplies couldn't help but get up more quickly to repay Daski's kindness. Well, I really understand myself, Pua. On the other side, Daski released his spiritual pressure slightly, and his unfamiliar sense of the domineering spirit that was not very mature, and immediately reported to Kyle. Captain Kyle, that guy seems to have fainted because he is too strong to take off his strength. Oh. Kyle smiled crookedly. I really didn't expect that the future Souza would be so successful before meeting Luffy. But that's true. Zoro, who can make Barumbo play around, can't bear the title of Soda in the future, whether in terms of strength or mind. It doesn't matter. As long as you get on my pirate ship, you will be an unknown person. I have the confidence to make him a powerful general across the sea. Kyle teased in his heart. After a flash of thought, he suddenly ordered to Kirby. Keb, go dig out that guy and send it to the crew dormitory. From the first sight of Zoro, Kyle did not intend to let him go. A super genius who can grow from an ordinary swordsman to a world's top great swordsman in 3 years. Even if the character template is not loaded, its value is equivalent to an A-level character card. For such talents, how could Kyle, who is in short supply of employment, let him go? Daski, I'll leave it to you here. I'll continue to go back and interrogate Colonel Mouse. Kyle turned his head, licked his lips quietly, and said goodbye to Dashi. Thank you for your hard work, Captain Kyle. Daski said seriously with a look of expression. Just serve the people. Kyle waved and smiled, jumped up again, and returned to the Tiga with Kirby, who was carrying Zoro. I have to say, although Yudu is just an A-level skill, it has really brought unexpected surprises to Kyle repeatedly. After destroying human will and reshaping personality, Kyle once again discovered another use of reading. The best place for interrogation. In a dark world. Colonel Mouse slowly woke up from a simple cross. He trembled and slowly opened his eyes. Looking around, my vision was filled with a bloody earth occupied by broken bones. Where am I? What is this? The mouse said blankly. He tried to move his limbs, but found that his hands and feet were actually tied to the cross. What's going on? The mouse became panicked in an instant. But the next second, the space in front of him suddenly changed. In the twisted vortex, a man appeared magically. It was Kyle who returned to the moon reading space. Seeing the awakened mouse, Kyle immediately showed a kind smile. Okay, I've finished the outside world. Next, we can continue. It's you. Seeing Kyle's figure, the mouse's narrow eyes instantly widened extremely round, as if it was about to fall out. Instantly. A large number of painful memories began to erode the mouse's memory, making him scream violently. Ah! No, no, don't come here. Kyle obviously did nothing, but he seemed to be persecuted one by the top 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty. Kyle heard the rats scream, but he smiled. The next second, his voice seemed to appear directly in the mouse's heart, and he whispered. Don't worry, as long as you explain the crimes you have committed over the years, as well as the people at other naval bases who are in vain with you. I will fight for you to die as much as possible. It was clearly speaking like a demon, but for some reason, at this moment, the mouse seemed to have seen an angel from the divine world, and the light of hope burst out in his eyes. I said, I said it all. Call. Ledeng, who is at the 52nd branch base of the East China Sea, privately kept a group of pirates, constantly harassing residents in the local waters, and then came forward in person to solve the pirates and refresh their political achievements. This is how his position as commander in the base is made. Major Bai Deng from the 28th branch base was originally a retired pirate. Later, he took a large amount of assets and passed my introduction. For a naval officer, prepare to spend your old age at the naval base. Quote. Lieutenant Colonel Pei Luoxi from branch base number 39, she was originally a whore from a brothel. Later, because of her prostitute, she took good care of me and several other colonels. We jointly recommended her to make her a navy, and then take turns to service at various bases. Zero driver from branch number 105. Chapter 53 Sword. Slow down. Hearing that Colonel Mouse told all the glorious deeds he knew as if he had familiarity, Kyle quickly stopped him and asked him to ease. In the real world, in the prison of Tiga. Kyle gently patted Kirby on the shoulder and rubbed hard to relieve his trembling body. This is reality, Kebby. Reality is so cruel and dark. This is not a problem with a certain person or a certain force. That's how the world is, you have to accept reality. But, Kyle suddenly smiled. Only by being able to maintain the hope in your eyes and light up the light in your heart in such a dark world, will it make people feel even greater. Hold on your ideas and work hard for them unwaveringly, time will be the best answer. After rubbing Kebby's pink hair, Kyle's eyes suddenly became fierce and looked at the mouse and said. Let's go ahead. The other side of the steel fence. The mouse stood quietly in the open dungeon, his eyes occupied by bloody Guju eyes, and his body was covered with various scars. After hearing Kyle's order, he began to continue speaking. Half an hour later. Kebby's eyes were cold, and he dragged a corpse that had dried up blood and threw it directly into the sea along the wall of the Tiga. And in the captain's room. Kyle was upright and stood behind the desk. On the desk, there is a video telephone bug snatched from the naval base. Two beams of light radiated from the phone bug's eyes, and the figure of the Warring States Marshal appeared on the opposite wall. Kyle had a serious face and reported to the film and television phone worm in front of him according to Kirby's records. The above are all the clues I got from Colonel Mouse. Bang. Okay. On the image, the Warring States Marshal suddenly punched his desk and punched him in 2 sections. A cruel sneer suddenly appeared on his kind and majestic face. I didn't expect that a small East China Sea would hide so much dirt. Is it because the headquarters vision is too much involved in the new world that some guys are starting to get carried away? The Warring States' eyes were blue fire, but soon, a look of praise appeared in his eyes again. He looked at Kyle. Kyle, you did a great job this time. You deserve to be Kizaru's nephew. Your intelligence has helped me a lot. Tell me, what reward do you want? Even if it is the animal-type devil fruit, I can't reward you in advance. Whatever the marshal said, these are my job, and I don't work hard for rewards. Just. Kyle's eyes flashed and he smiled at the phone worm. Forget the reward of the devil fruit. In fact, we have found clues about the black cat claw in the branch base number 16 inches. I believe that it won't be long before the devil fruit will appear here legitimately. Ha ha. Good boy. Warring States period was stunned and immediately laughed with Kyle. I didn't expect you to leave a trick for yourself. It doesn't matter. Young man, just go and do it with confidence. I believe in your strength. The Warring States period gave Kyle, a well-established agent, a far more trust than ordinary navy. He even chose to believe it without verifying the authenticity of Kyle's report. It is indeed easy to distinguish the authenticity of this information, but it is enough to illustrate the Warring States period's attitude towards Kyle. I can only say that Kizaru really has a good nephew. After laughing, the Warring States period said bluntly to Kyle again. Okay, Kyle, you don't need to go around me, just tell me what reward you want. Since that's the case, Kyle pretended to be considerate, and after a moment, he slowly said. It's better to be the marshal. I'll equip me with a few more reliable subordinates. You know, although there are many people in the vast ocean, there are so few guys who can be worthy of my trust. It's better to let the Marshal personally select a group of naval forces with little reputation to fill my special agents. Kyle smiled. What is missing from personnel is not a lie. Although the ship Elf Tiga is here, their pirates at dusk do not need to spend too much energy to deal with miscellaneous matters such as running ships. But seeing a large number of Baileys earning their accounts, Kyle believes that with his European spirit along the way, he will immediately get a large number of character cards. Now, he already has 2 character cards to be used in his hand. The earlier you use the character card, the greater the profit. By chance, Kyle was surprised to find that the fit of character cards is not always constant. Because he saw it with his own eyes, he was originally with Teodi if you don't kill Kebi, who has only 20%, has increased to 23% after a long period of training. Although this did not change the result, it undoubtedly made Kyle discover the new rules of the system. That is the strength of your partner, which will also be one of the important factors that affect the fit of the character card. But there are so few guys in the East China Sea who can be called powerful. Luffy, the son of fate, is one, but he cannot join other people's pirates. Sanji, who has hidden talents, is indeed good. But like Luffy, he had no protagonist halo and specific plot influence. He really couldn't imagine how he could truly leave the sea restaurant and join the pirates. So he thought of asking for help from the Navy. Anyway, in the eyes of the Navy, he is not a real pirate. It has no effect on the Navy if you have potential guys to be pirates. What's more, who told him that he still has the relationship with his second uncle? This should not be difficult for the Warring States period. However, what Kyle didn't expect was, after he finished speaking, the Marshal of the Warring States period suddenly fell into deep thought. That's it. He tapped the table lightly, not knowing what he was thinking, and Kyle was a little confused. After a while, the single finger that the Warring States period hit the table suddenly stretched out, slapped the table, and suddenly said, I've decided. Kyle. Here. Kyle straightened his body and replied seriously. The Warring States period sorted out his beard and immediately said, Kyle, your performance in recent times is indeed a bit beyond my expectations. Originally, I was still hesitating whether this plan should be implemented. But since you have already proposed it, I will just follow the trend. The expression of the Warring States period suddenly became serious. In fact, long ago, the top leaders of the Navy had secretly trained a group of geniuses who rarely participated in the official Navy activities. I plan to set up a confidential special force in the Navy. The name of this unit is SWORD, which means the Sword of the Navy. The task of SWORD is to monitor the activities of all large pirate forces including the 4 Emperors and the 7 Warriors Sea. In an emergency, the SWORD Squad has the right to directly attack any force, including but not limited to the 4 Emperors, the Navy and even the world government agencies, and there is no need to report to me. Speaking of this, the voice of the Warring States period was obviously abrupt. Obviously he also knew what he was just talking about. After pausing for a moment, seeing that there was no fluctuation on Kyle's face, he continued. This is undoubtedly a very difficult and dangerous task. But Kyle, your abilities and your talents have allowed me to see this confidential and special future. Although you do not have the rank of the Navy, from this moment on, you will be the captain of this confidential special force. You have all the control over this force. All your subordinates will automatically become members of SWORD. After a moment, I will let some qualified players go to the East China Sea to join your pirate group and act with you. When you feel the time is ripe, you can set out directly to the Great Route to carry out the real mission of the SWORD Squad. Help the Navy, help me supervise the world. Chapter 54 Dog Food Card. SWORD. Kyle licked his dry lips, and an excited light appeared in his eyes. He had some impression of this name, but not much. He remembered that this was supposed to be another spy of the Navy, the special force where Drake was. 3 years later, Drake, who was undercover in Kaido Pirates, was the captain of this SWORD team. Unexpectedly, this name has fallen on me now. But, with this title of SWORD Captain, your future actions will be much more convenient. In a sense, I am the Jinyue of the Marshal of the Warring States period, and I have absolute autonomy to act. It is no problem to take action first and then report. Kyle's eyes were fixed and immediately replied to the phone bug. Please rest assured, Marshal, and I will ensure that the task is completed. The Warring States nodded with relief. Well, I believe in your ability. After a few greetings, Kyle left the phone. He knew that after he had the content he reported, it would not take long for the East China Sea to explode. I just don't know whether this shock is good or bad for the people in the East China Sea. But no matter what, he really made a lot of money today. Bailey plundered from the Dragon Pirates in the morning was 170 million and not spent all. In this moment, another huge sum of 1 billion Bailey was earned. Otherwise, in my previous life, I would say that corrupt officials were raised on purpose. This thorough investigation into the filth of corrupt officials is much more rewarding than working hard to travel to business. A look of thought flashed in his eyes, and Kyle suddenly opened the system in his mind. The idle matters have been dealt with, and next, it is another exciting lottery moment. At this time, Kyle's safe stored a total of 1.17 billion Bailey in cash. He decided to leave 7,000 W of Bay to use the daily consumption of the pirates. The remaining 1.1 billion Baileys are all used to draw the capsules. He has designed it. 100 Bay is used to draw ordinary fans, and you can draw 100 rounds. 51 million is used to draw high-quality capsules, and you can draw 50 rounds. The remaining 500 million Baileys are used to draw legendary gags. According to the previous law that you can always get good things in the first draw. Kyle believes that the first legendary lottery in his life will definitely bring him a brand new surprise. As soon as he moved his thoughts, he directly clicked on the glitter interface, and then quickly clicked on the 10 consecutive buttons of an ordinary glitter machine. No more or less, just 10 times. In an instant, the system's prompt message flashed wildly from Kyle's eyes like a phantom. It seems that the harvest is pretty good. Although I didn't have time to see what rewards I received, the green and blue information bars in the information bar that just flashed by were at least 30%. With a thought, Kyle opened the system backpack. After crossing the pieces of white E-level props, he quickly found the real gains of this lottery. First of all, an old friend. Book of Experience, Detonation Talisman, Sunwheel Knife. Is there nothing new in this D-level prize pool? Kyle complained slightly in his heart. There is something more to say about the first two things, mainly the Sunwheel Knife. It's okay, the quality is not as good as the Liang Kuei knife, but it's not okay. It's also a weapon prop produced by the system. After equipping with partners, it can add 20 points of qualifications. I don't know if I used 100 W Bailey to draw such a piece of easily damaged partner equipment, but I don't know if it was a profit or a loss. But soon, Kyle stopped looking at the Sunwheel knife, which had more than a dozen pieces. Because in addition to these common props, these 100 consecutive draws also gave Kyle 2 C-level experience books, a C-level weapon shallow hit, and 2 D-level character cards. Character card. Demon Slayer character card, Ordinary Death. These 2 character cards are different from any character cards Kyle has issued before. Not only does it have a specific name, but it also doesn't even have a clear face. Overall, it looks like a young man wearing a ghost-killing team uniform and a dead domineering outfit, standing sideways from a very far place. Is this dog food card? Seeing these 2 character cards, Kyle immediately thought of the useless cards used to increase experience for the home team characters in the game in his previous life. However, the system after traveling through time obviously does not have this function. Of course, even if there is, Kyle will not be willing to do so. This is a very precious character card, and it is an important prop that can fill the number of tools around you. Each picture is insignificant and precious. After putting away the 2 character cards, Kyle did not look at the C-level shallow play again. Nowadays, except for character cards, props below level B can no longer surprise him. What's more, these 100 consecutive draws are just a test. Next, the real big head. After taking a deep breath, Kyle first prayed one by one according to the old rules. Then he silently recited in his heart. System Dad, give me strength. Boutique gasket machine, 50 consecutive draws, you will go away. Dang 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 dang. Kyle's consciousness instantly clicked 5 times on the button of the high-quality glider machine's 10 consecutive draws. In an instant, the colorful information bar was refreshing wildly in his consciousness. Kyle grinned and quickly turned on the backpack system to check the gains of this lottery. In addition to most of the guaranteed D-level props, this 50 consecutive draw brought Kyle a total of 5 C-level props, 2 B-level props and 1 A-level prop. No S tilde. Looking at the backpack without any golden light, Kyle was slightly disappointed. Sure enough, I got the S level in the last 10 consecutive draws. Is it because of the first discount? After sighing, Kyle stopped thinking so much and began to check out the gains, this time one by one. First of all, there are 2 character cards, 1 B and 1 C. I have to say that the high-quality gasket machine is worthy of being a high-quality product. This time, the system actually gave 2 more touching character cards with a portrait. One is an insect queen with a rich figure, bright red lips, and all the body that cannot be exposed. B-level personal card, Mosquito Girl. Another picture is a legal loli with a slender pink ponytail shaking, wearing conservative underwear, but giving the rounded picture on her chest to the audience without reservation. C-level character Ka Main. Sha tilde. Kyle calmly sucked his saliva, and his eyes carefully swept through the 2 rich and generous portraits without missing any details. 1 B level, 1 C level. If the future high-quality gasket machines have this shipment rate, it would be acceptable. However, one of these 2 people is a monster in One Punch Man, and the other is a sniper in the healing anime of Killing Kai Tong. It seems that it's a bit difficult to find someone to fit them. Kyle, who had thought for a long time but didn't expect any suitable candidate, decided not to worry about so much. His gaze turned and he looked at the remaining props again. First of all, there is only 1 A-level prop. It's also not a strange face, but Kyle already has an awakening stone. As long as there is another one, he can give Daskie first an awakening. The remaining B-level props are also weapons and equipment that can be matched with the character Kamain. Imperial Tools, Romantic Battery. Chapter 55 Golden Saint Seiya. Open black lens bracket Emperor's Tools, Romantic Battery Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Category, Weapons Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Level, B close black lens bracket. Introduction. The gun-shaped weapon from the world of Killing Chitong is made of legendary super dangerous species materials and rare metals. The user's mental energy can be converted into a powerful shock wave to be fired. The more the user is in a state of crisis, the higher the shock wave it emits. The strongest mystery. Relieve all restrictions on romantic turrets and greatly improve the power of weapons. After use, the romantic turrets will not be able to use them due to overheating of the equipment. Close black lens bracket. Imperial Tools. Romantic Battery. Looking at the information introduction of the romantic turret, Kyle's eyebrows suddenly raised. And his gaze slowly shifted to the character Kamain, whom he had just admired. Needless to say, it is obvious that this imperial instrument is used to match Main. After all, in the world of Killing Kai Tong, the romantic turret was originally her destiny weapon. However, the qualifications of weapons are actually 1 level higher than the character card. This outrageous combination really made Kyle feel a little strange. But no matter what, the only one that matches the romantic turret is the most suitable one. Little Loli who uses firearms, it seems that she needs to pay attention to it in the future. Looking at Main's character portrait, Kyle immediately started to think. Compared to Main, who is still considered a human, the character card of Mosquito Girl makes him feel even more difficult. The only thing Kyle can think of at present is to find a woman who has eaten the fruit of insects, which should be able to fit with the Mosquito Girl. Or, looking at the almost crazy perverted smile on the Mosquito Girl's portrait, Kyle suddenly felt restless inside, and she always felt that some special hobby was about to awaken. Kyle suddenly shivered and silently turned off the portrait of the mosquito girl. But a picture suddenly appeared in his mind, a mosquito girl tied up a man and kept asking the man to call him the queen. "It's so sinful," Kyle muttered. But in his heart, he unconsciously thought of the prison guard named Little Sarah advancing into the city. Do you really want to find a queen who loves SM to meet the mosquito girl? Kyle asked himself helplessly. But soon, he gave up thinking. After all, even if Sarah can successfully meet the mosquito girl, he has no way to dig her up in a short period of time. The line of vision turned. Kyle looked at the remaining sea-level props again. Among them, 3 are big experience books that can increase experience value, so it's better not to mention them. It is estimated that in future lottery, such props may appear frequently. As for the other 2 sea-level props, one is called Capsule Motorcycle. This is a means of transportation from the Dragon Ball world, and it does not have any special power. The only difference between it and a normal motorcycle is, when you don't plan to use it, you can reduce it to a capsule-sized thing for easy portability. Because it involves some space power, this capsule motorcycle was systematically rated as sea level. In fact, it is a good quality land motorcycle. Another sea-level prop is a special weapon from the same world as Emperor Tool, Romantic Battery. Open black lens bracket Guan Wang Rattlesnake close black lens bracket. This is a long whip weapon that can change freely according to the user's wishes. Because its functions are too single and there is nothing else that is outstanding, there is only a sea-level evaluation. But Mosquito Girl, a leather whip. System, did you do it on purpose or by accident? Kyle, who felt that the system's drunkenness was not in wine, immediately asked a sole question to the system. But this question is destined to be unanswered. At this point, the harvest of all the high-quality gasket machines has come to an end. After sorting out all the props in different categories, Kyle's eyes immediately focused and looked at the legendary gating machine that he had once been out of reach. We finally got to where we are today. It's a pity that I am not qualified to draw the legend gaming machine for 10 consecutive times. But I believe that that day will never be too far away. After encouraging himself in his heart, Kyle's eyes tilted and he directly started the legendary capsule he was most looking forward to. Crazy la 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 la. The golden light suddenly flashed. The first prize of the legendary gag machine was awarded Kyle directly with an S-level prize. It's really a soul-stirring. Congratulations on obtaining the S-level character card, Golden Saint Shura. Close black lens bracket. Saint Seiya. Looking at the golden stream of light entering the backpack in front of him, Kyle's eyes suddenly lit up. Although Saint Seiya is a passionate and kingly anime that even he hasn't caught up with, as the anime enlightenment of most people, Kyle certainly will not be unfamiliar with this name. Even if he had never watched the anime plot, he knew the hot topics of the era such as Tianma Meteor Fist, Lucian Shenglong Ba, and Guardian Athena. Although the Golden Saint Seiya he obtained is not the protagonist group of Xiaoqiang who he is familiar with, being able to wear the Golden Saint clothes is enough to show the strength of this young man named Shura. I am worthy of being the system dad. Faced with such a generous system, Kyle didn't care about his face at all and shouted excitedly. With a longing for the system, Kyle pressed the gag button again. The machine swayed again. But this time, what appeared in front of Kyle was just a B-level prop with purple light. She-Dog system, are you okay? Kyle changed his face instantly and questioned the system's capabilities. After a while, the second shot did not meet the goal and did not do it. He went on and threw his last 300 million Bailey into the legendary gating machine. The next second, 3 information bars appeared in Kyle's sight at the same time. Congratulations on obtaining the A-level character card, Tyrannosaurus. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations on obtaining the B-level prop Beheaded Sword. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations on obtaining the A-level character card, Bofeng Shui Gate. Close black lens bracket. Damn it. 2 character cards, system, you are indeed my good dad. System. I may not be a human, but you are a real dog. As several streams of light penetrated into the backpack, Kyle immediately excitedly opened the backpack interface and pulled it to the bottom. In an instant, the 5 props starting from the S-level character card are placed at the end of the team in turn. Legend has it that the gambler has 5 consecutive draws. 1 S-level character card, 2 A-level character cards, a B-level weapon, and a B-level equipment. One is the decapitation sword that just happens to be matched with Teodi Aobu Slash, and the other is the B-level equipment from the Ghoul World Kuink Nu. It is different from the Kuink black box that can be matched with the host's free change form before. Kuink Nu is an armor-type defensive equipment that does not occupy the weapon bar, but will not add qualifications to partners. Suitable for some melee partners with big opening and closing. At this point, Kyle's glitter lottery came to an end. Chapter 56 Space Movement. 1.1 billion Bailey brought Kyle 7 character cards, greatly increasing his partner reserves. What you need now is to find the right fit for these character cards, and then completely transform them into tool people who provide themselves with combat power bonuses. But before that, he had another thing to do. Just now, driven by 1.1 billion Bailey, Kyle's captain's experience once again increased greatly. Now, he has successfully become a 4th-class captain. Open black lens bracket captain, Kyle close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket level, 4 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket experience value, 432,000ths close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket total combat power, 26,925 close black lens bracket. Skills. Super Intuition, A. Killing, Serious One Punch, S. Monthly Reading, A. To be drawn. It turns out that everything is difficult at the beginning. I feel like the speed of upgrading is getting faster and faster recently. With this physical fitness alone, you should be able to compete with some pirates of about 8,000 W. Looking at the words to be extracted on the interface, Kyle smiled. No one will dislike the slow speed of becoming stronger. What's more, after he has been promoted to level 4, he can already obtain 40% of his partner's combat power. The gap between him and Dusk Pirate's strongest combat power is also getting closer. It won't take long before he finds the fitting ones for these character cards. He can become the strongest combat power of the pirates. Fortunately, Dasky is not a violent maniac. He was fooled by himself several times when he invited him to conduct combat training. A tall captain could not beat his subordinates. If this was spread, wouldn't it make people laugh? Come on, let me see which lucky one is who can become the inheritor of my 4th skill. System Dad. Gaia. The familiar lottery disc appeared again. Kyle waited silently. After a few minutes, the disc gradually stopped. In front of Kyle, a flat-breasted little loli with a brown double ponytail suddenly appeared. The little loli was wearing a short skirt, JK, her small feet were wrapped tightly in thick white socks, and she stepped on her pair of brown round-toed leather shoes, but her face showed a perverted smile. After reading the portrait in front of him, Kyle immediately gave a 4-word evaluation in his heart. It's boring. Kyle smacked his lips, and with his not-so-rich knowledge of the second-dimensional world, he recognized the identity of the little loli in front of him. Shirai Kuroko, a member of the Discipline Inspection Committee in Tokupen Taichung School, and is also a supernatural person in the Space Department Level 4. With the appearance of Kuroko Shirai's portrait, a new prompt message popped up in Kyle's mind. Congratulations on obtaining the B-level skill, Space Movement. Close black lens bracket. Shirai Kuroko's figure smiled intently. The next second, she suddenly turned into a stream of light and entered Kyle's body. At the same time, Kyle also instantly understood how to use new skills. Open black lens bracket skill, Space Movement close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket level, B close black lens bracket. Introduction. The ability to consume mental power and send things and creatures that your skin touches to other spaces in an instant in a way that ignores the rules of the 3-dimensional space. The size, mass, and distance of moving objects that move instantly depends on the mental power consumed. Close black lens bracket. AB level, space-based skills. Kyle frowned slightly at first, but soon stretched out again, showing an interesting look. Although this time it was not delayed continuing the previous good luck, I drew S-level and A-level skills, but this space-based move may not necessarily be weaker than A-level skills. The space system, no matter which world it is in, is a rare and powerful ability. I just don't know how effective this space moves actually work. Kyle raised his head and looked ahead. After reaching level 2, the captain's room is no longer the down-and-out small room. Not only has the area increased, reaching twice the previous one, but it also has a new independent bathroom, so that he no longer has to sneak into Kebi's dormitory to get the bathroom. More importantly, he now has a huge spring bed, and even if 4 girls lie down at the same time, he can sleep together and enjoy the joy of being together. The problem now is, when I have a bed, where can I get it? With a thought, Kyle, who was originally located near the office, suddenly appeared beside the bed. Kyle frowned slightly, feeling a short emptiness, but soon returned to normal. Well, the consumption is not too much. He whispered softly. The distance from the bed to the desk is about 5 meters, and the energy consumed is probably only 1/10 of Kyle's total energy. This distance is enough to give the enemy an unexpected surprise. Even if he cannot reduce his mental power to too low, he can use at least 20 to 30 times in an instant move at this level after a battle. And this data will continue to increase as he grows. Not bad. I'm very satisfied. After calculating the value of this skill, Kyle's mouth rose slightly. Next, test long-distance teleportation, Kyle said intimately. The next moment, his mind moved and his figure disappeared into the captain's room. And at the bow of the boat, a figure suddenly appeared with weak legs and feet. Kyle staggered and quickly held the ship next to him. Tilda. Feeling the sudden sense of emptiness, he immediately took a deep breath. After a while, Kyle, who had adapted to the consumption of mental power, slowly stood up. He gasped and looked in the direction of the captain's room. Is this the limitation of level B skills? Just now, he should have moved about a distance of about 100 meters at one time, but his mental power was consumed more than half of it in an instant. Kyle shook his head and slightly regained his mind. Obviously, this skill is not currently suitable for long-distance space movement. I just don't know if he will improve after his strength improves. At this time, little Tiga's figure suddenly appeared beside Kyle. After discovering his abnormality, little Tiga immediately asked with concern. Captain, what's wrong with you? It's little Tiga. Kyle waved his hand and said, I'm fine, I just tried out a new skill. As he spoke, his eyes flashed, looking at the little Tiga who could move instantly on Tiga. There is no harm without comparison. Compared with little Tiga's instant movement, his skill is really unpredictable. However, even though the long-distance movement of space movement is not ideal, Kyle is not disappointed at all. After all, he also has an A-level skill called Super Intuition. With this perception skill that is more awesome than the domineering spirit of the full-level viewing and hearing color, and it is combined with the space that can move instantly. As long as the enemy's strength is not much stronger than him, he can almost complete any battle without injury. After rubbing his temples, Kyle no longer thought about the new skills. He turned to look at little Tiga and asked. By the way, Tiga, how is the guy who just threw it into the crew dormitory now? Looking at Kyle's condition at this moment, the worry in little Tiga's eyes did not slow down much. But he still immediately replied to Kyle's question. Actually, Captain Kyle. Little Tiga paused for a moment, and then said. I'm here to find you, just to tell you that green-haired guy. I've woken up. Chapter 57 Burn, My Little Universe. Oh. Kyle showed a little surprised look. Did you wake up so quickly? You deserve to be a man called a monster. With such weak strength, even with the help of the crew dormitory, this recovery ability is enough to be amazing. This recovery ability alone has surpassed most powerful people. After sighing in his heart, Kyle immediately stood up and showed little Tiga that there was no problem, and then walked towards the crew dormitory. At the same time, crew dormitory, on an originally free bed. Zoro opened his eyes slightly, looked at the flawless wall in front of him, and instantly showed a confused look. Stranger ceiling. Where am I? He asked in confusion, but the next second, a biting pain suddenly came into his heart. Forehead. Zoro suddenly reached out to cover his abdomen and looked down. Suddenly, I found that a large circle of thick gauze had been wrapped around my body. On the gauze, there was a large piece of blood stain. It hurts so much. Suo Long frowned. With his years of experience, he now has at least 3 of his ribs in a fractured state. In a short period of time, he would not think about standing up again. Suddenly, a memory clip poured into Zoro's mind, which was the scene he experienced before he fell into a coma. It was a sharp slash with endless dazzling light, as if it divided the entire world into 2. And that was also the strongest blow he had ever seen in his life. I was defeated. Zoro looked at his hands in disbelief. The black blood was clearly engraved in his palm. Since I was invincible in the Frost Moon Gymnasium and went out to sea, this is the first time I have experienced the feeling of defeat. And he was defeated by someone else's blow. Where do those guys come from? Zoro asked in confusion. Just like the beggars on the roadside cannot understand the Emperor's life. At this time, Zoro was still hiding in the East China Sea and could not understand the true power of the world. However, at this moment, a strange and familiar voice suddenly appeared in his ears. Yo tilde, you're awake. Zoro quickly turned his head and immediately saw Kyle, who suddenly appeared beside him. Is it you? Zoro showed a surprised expression. Kyle, who teleported in from the door and quietly pretended to be a little pussy, smiled and stretched out his hand, and Zoro greeted him. That's right, it's me. How? The feeling of defeat should not be that good, right? Before Zoro could speak, Kyle suddenly asked teasingly. Zoro was silent for a moment, frowned slightly. Are you here to laugh at me? Ha 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 ha, of course not. I'm not that bad. Kyle's smile never stopped and then said. When you collect the taste, you laughed out loud. Zoro struggled, regardless of the wounds on his body, sat up. Immediately he raised his head and his eyes met Kyle's gaze. Who are you? Us. Kyle smiled and shook his head. Sorry, I can't tell you the answer to this question yet. It's mysterious. Zoro muttered dissatisfiedly, then continued to ask. Then I'll change the question. You recognized my identity and deliberately kept me. You probably didn't just want to show your strong subordinates, right? What's your purpose? Oh. Kyle was slightly surprised. It's worthy of being you. You can actually tell at a glance that I have a purpose, which is different from an ordinary idiot. Zoro. Why do you feel insulted? But then, Kyle's voice continued to come. Yes, I do have a purpose. While speaking, Kyle suddenly removed the smile on his face and said with a serious expression. Come and join my pirates. Roranoa Zoro. The East China Sea is too small to accommodate you, the ferocious beast. Go to a wider world with me, and then make a big fuss. Only there is the real stage that belongs to you. Invite me. Zoro continued to be surprised. Invite me, a prodigal dog. Why is this? It's not Zoro's self-deprecatingness. Not only is Dasky younger than Zoro, but he also has such terrifying strength. Zoro really didn't understand what he deserved to be valued by Kyle. Why? No, why? Kyle said seriously. If there must be a reason. That's Dasky's dream, it's so small. She just wants to collect all the famous swords in the world. Such a weak dream is too easy to realize and too easy to make her slack off. My boat needs a greater dream. For example, the world's #1 swordsman or something. Kyle suddenly smiled at Zoro. But it was this smile that made Zoro feel like he had opened up a new world in an instant. It's like the other party is unwaveringly believing in himself and will definitely fulfill his dream. Is the man in front of me a madman? Why can he be so crazy? So arrogant. Inexplicably, Zoro suddenly felt that he would be very compatible with Kyle. Perhaps, joining his pirate group is not a bad thing. Ha 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 ha. Zoro suddenly burst into laughter. In a blink of an eye, his eyes suddenly flashed. Zoro grinned. Interesting. You can tell that woman that her dream will never come true. Because she will never take away his words from the world's #1 swordsman. Zoro stretched out his hand and suddenly took the words he Daoyi placed beside the bed and placed them horizontally on his chest. Immediately he raised his head and said with a firm look, "Next time, I won't lose again, Captain." Hearing the word, Captain, Kyle's mouth suddenly rose. He laughed and said, "Ha ha ha ha, don't worry, when Dasky finishes the ideological education of the Navy of the 16th branch, I will convey your words to her intact. But before that." Kyle's dark his eyes suddenly flashed. Looking at the sign in front of him, fitness equals 75%, he smiled and said, "Let me tell you how Dasky became stronger. S-level character card Golden Saint Shura. Load." Suddenly, Zoro's consciousness, who wanted to say something, became chaotic in an instant. At this moment, he seemed to have arrived in a mysterious space. Although he had never seen such a scene, he could clearly sense, "I seem to be in the universe. Is this a power that belongs to me?" The energy that was about to move surged in Zoro's body. It was obviously his first time to experience such mysterious deeds, but he seemed to have realized everything from birth. Zoro suddenly clenched his fists, grinned wildly at the corner of his mouth, shouting at the endless sea of stars. "Burn, my little universe. Saint Zoro." See. Chapter 58 Smog's Visit. At this moment, the vast stars exploded and burst into bright light. At this moment, Zoro could not tell whether he was in the universe or whether the universe existed in his body. He only felt that endless power was constantly nourishing his body and baptizing every cell in his body. His limbs are constantly getting stronger. The infinite sword intent condenses on all limbs, which quickly improves his understanding of swordsmanship. His body and soul were roaring happily. After a while, everything suddenly returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. The explosion of the small universe condensed again and sat firmly in Zoro's body. "This is..." Zoro opened his eyes, clenched his fists, feeling the power he had just gained in disbelief. The seventh sense, the small universe. He had just mastered it, but at this moment he was like a Saint Seiya who had been studying the small universe for several years. Zoro now felt that with his wave, he could stir up the air in front of him and easily make a sharp flying slash. This terrifying improvement was simply a qualitative leap for him who had not even reached the iron-slaying realm before. And the other side. Just as Zoro was experiencing his new power, Kyle silently clicked on Zoro's partner interface in his mind. Like Dasky and others, in the interface that belongs to Zoro, his real shadow and the phantom of a young man in golden sacred clothes also appeared. That phantom is naturally the golden Saint Seiya Shura loaded by Zoro. Next to the two-person portrait is the attribute panel belonging to Zoro at this time. Partner, Zoro Golden Saint Shura. Open black lens bracket qualification, S close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket level, 1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket experience, 0/100 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket combat power, 40 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket total qualification, 400 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket strength qualification, 120 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket physical qualification, 110 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket agile qualification, 90 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket mental qualification, 80 close black lens bracket. Is the total qualification still only 400? Looking at Zoro's attribute panel, Kyle's eyes immediately showed a look of thought. From the time he saw Nami's Gana panel before, he had already discovered. The qualification gap between S-level character templates and A-level character templates does not seem to be as big as the gap in true strength between characters. Even though Kyle had never watched the entire Saint Seiya anime, he still remembered vaguely that the battles between Saint Seiya seemed to fight the earth and fly to the universe at any time. The Rukia template equipped with Zanpakura has the same qualifications and data as the Golden Saint Seiya. Obviously, in terms of data, the system is more inclined to games, rather than based on the actual situation of the characters. But whether it's S level, A level, or D level, they are just my tool guys. After turning off the partner interface, a bright light suddenly flashed in Kyle's eyes. With Zoro's joining, and having been upgraded to level 3, the cultivation room can obtain 2,400 experience points every day. It won't take long before he can officially enter the world-class strongman ranks. By that time, he can plan to make money more unscrupulously. Donghai is still too restrictive of his development. Apart from the naval base, there are not a few big pirates in total that can be used for him to fleece. Unlike the other 3 sea areas, pirates with tens of millions of Bailey's bounty can be seen everywhere. In the East China Sea now, the only ones that can still make Kyle care about are the weapons factories mentioned in the clicker intelligence. After his strength allowed, he planned to directly snatch the weapon factory of the Tangjikade family, then produce the weapons himself, and sell them to the people of the East China Sea at a low price. From the root, eliminate the breeding of pirates. How? Are you still satisfied with the power of my fantasy? Seeing that Zoro was still immersed in the shock of the small universe and could not extricate himself, Kyle, who had read the attribute interface, smiled slightly and started asking. Zoro suddenly raised his head, his eyes showing shock. The power of fantasy. Did you do this, Captain? He asked in confusion. Certainly. Kyle smiled and nodded in response. Immediately, in Zoro it was unbelievable under his eyes. He once again took out the ability of the imagined fruit he had made up before and explained it to Zoro. By the way, Kyle also informed Zoro, who was already 100% loyal to him. This series of intelligence bombing instantly made Zoro dizzy. Within one day, his identity changed twice in a row. First there was the bounty hunter, then the pirate, and now he has become a member of the confidential naval force. In response to this, Zoro just wanted to say sincerely, "You people in the city are really good at playing." However, after learning that there was a training room in the cabin that could make people stronger quickly, he almost said nothing, and stood up and asked Kyle to take him to the training room for practice. As for his injuries, all of them had recovered from the moment he became a Saint Seiya. After all, when it comes to sit-ups, Saint Seiya is professional. The sea breeze is gentle. After Dasky boarded the ship, the Tiga entered a new journey again. On the deck, Kyle looked at Kebi who was cleaning the hull and couldn't help but sigh. Oh, why is it just a little bit short? The line of vision turned. A character card immediately appeared in front of him. The painting above had a golden hair and was wearing a cloak with the words, 4 generations. This card is the A-level character card Kyle has drawn before, Bo Feng Shui Gate. Just now, Kyle used this character card to test Kirby's fit. The conclusion drawn is a very regrettable 56%. Just a little bit short of it, Kebi can successfully fit this character card and become the 5th toolman under Kyle. I wonder if dyeing this kid with yellow hair can add a little bit of fit. Looking at Kirby who was carefully clearing the footprints left by the Navy before, Kyle thought to himself. It's a pity that there is nothing on the Tiga now that can be used to dye your hair, otherwise he would have to give Kebi a yellow look. A few days later. At the port of Kekia West Village. A naval warship slowly docked on the shore to carry out basic supplies. Smoger walked off the ship with 3 cigars emitting wisps of smoke. After seeing the scene at the port, his brows frowned instantly. He reached out and called a new adjutant who had replaced Dasky's position, pointed to a flag with a whirlwind and a girl below, and asked. What kind of organization's flag is that? Why does this town hang it in such a conspicuous place? In the world of pirates, flags often have some special meanings, especially flags on land, which are not allowed to hang at will. Just like the 4 emperors occupying territory with their flags, the Navy declares protection with their flags. Generally speaking, only a force that can be recognized by the sea is qualified to let the flag fly in the sky. The new adjutant followed Smog's gaze and saw the flag hanging above Koko Ishimura, and his face immediately showed a look of confusion. Sorry, Colonel Smog, it's the first time I've seen such a flag. The new adjutant, who is born and raised in the East China Sea, replied apologetically. Immediately afterwards, he quickly added. I'll send someone to the village to find out the origin of this flag. Need not. Smoger suddenly reached out to interrupt him, and then a curiosity flashed in his eyes and said to the adjutant beside him. Interesting. It is possible to make the villagers of Kekiashi village give up the protection of the navy and hang their flag. This organization shouldn't be that simple. Chapter 59 Smoke vs Wind. While speaking, Smog stepped off the ship. Since the guys in the headquarters were forcibly labeled as a hero of the East China Sea, last time, he has been in a bad mood. After leaving the G-153 branch base, he also inquired all the way and found this place along the trail of the pirates at dusk. For some reason, after seeing the whirlwinds peaching on the flag, he immediately recalled the figure of Kyle who was held up by the whirlwind. Smoger's intuition was telling him that the forces behind this flag were likely to be related to the Twilight Pirates. After all, the pirate ship of the pirate group at dusk is a warship traveling in the storm. Smog, who got off the boat, did not stop at the port for more, but directly found the only local public official in Kekiashi village. Sheriff Aegean. At this time, Aegean, wearing a small windmill, was sitting in his small office, drinking wolfberry water from the thermos while showing a happy smile as if he was old father at the portrait of Nami on the wall. The cool breeze broke in from outside the window, blew the small windmill and made a clattering sound. Without the oppression of the dragon pirates, the protection of the Stormwitch Church. The days in Kekia West Village are getting better and better day by day. Looking at the clouds in the sky, even Aegean, who was not well educated, couldn't help but sigh. What a wonderful day. However, just as Aegean's voice fell, a pungent smell of smoke suddenly broke into his beautiful life. May I ask, are you the sheriff here? The small office door was pushed open, and the burly Smog lowered his head and turned sideways, barely entering the security booth. I am. Aegean put down the thermos cup, and a look of confusion appeared on his face. Is there anything wrong with you? Ah, Smog pondered, and 2 smokes were sprayed out of his nose, and he reported to his own home. I am a navy from Roger Town and am currently on missions nearby. While speaking, he reached out to take out Kyle's reward order from his pocket and continued. According to our Navy's information, a group of vicious pirates have appeared nearby. Have you seen any strange ships coming and going recently? The moment she saw Smog take out Kyle's reward order, Aegean's pupils suddenly tightened. As a few people who can be regarded as Nami's confidants, he clearly knows that in addition to the spiritual totem of the Stormwitch Church, Nami is also a navigator of the Twilight Pirates. So when he saw a navy chasing Kyle, his heart trembled suddenly. But the next second, after hearing the words, violent and evil, revealed in Smog's mouth, Aegean's nervous expression disappeared instantly, and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. Extremely evil. For some reason, the words said from the Navy will only make Aegean feel extremely funny. His expression became bored instantly and he replied perfunctorily. I haven't seen it before. Also, smoking is prohibited in my office. Please go out quickly. Aegean stood up and issued an order to expel Smog. Smog's face was stunned, and soon he found something wrong in Aegean's eyes. Do you know if this group of pirates is right? He suddenly took Kyle's reward order to the table and said seriously to Aegean. Do you know that if you don't report it, you will be sentenced to the same crime as the pirate? What's more, you have the identity of a sheriff on you, which is simply a crime. Smog took a step forward, and his power slowly emanated, trying to force Aegean to tell Kyle's whereabouts. But at this moment, a strong wind suddenly blew into the narrow office, blowing the documents on the desktop into pieces, and pressing them tightly on Smoger's face. At the same time, a delicate shout suddenly came from outside the window. A dignified naval colonel, he actually knew how to use force to oppress the people. Is this the justice that your navy implements? Who is it? With his hands stretched out to block the fierce wind in front of him, Smog immediately turned his gaze out the window. Immediately, he saw an orange-haired girl in a white robe sitting upright on the whirlwind. Nami! Aegean screamed in surprise. But Nami outside the window still looked serious and didn't look at Aegean at all. She turned her eyes to Smog and smiled gently. I recognize you. The hero of the East China Sea, Smog. I heard that you solved the dictatorship of Colonel Monka, G153 branch. What? Now I am coming here to continue to find the big achievements of the Dragon Pirates. Although Nami already knew Kyle's true identity, she could not have any good feelings for the other navies in the East China Sea. Especially after seeing Smog, the hero, in the East China Sea. As a member of the Twilight Pirates, she knows more than anyone how damaging this hero of Smog is. So Nami mocked her ruthlessly. What did you say? Hearing the sarcastic feeling in Nami's tone, Smog inexplicably raised an unknown fire. What a shitty hero in the East China Sea, he doesn't want to be. But he still forced himself to suppress his temperament and asked Nami. What's going on with the Dragon Pirates you mentioned? As the Navy of the East China Sea, Smog still has a certain understanding of the name of the Dragon Pirates. It is said that it was a group of pirates hidden somewhere in the East China Sea, taking advantage of the maneuverability of the fishmen, and their position was erratic. What's going on? You are a navy, do you still need me to tell you about the pirates? Nami was disdainful and turned her eyes to Aegean and said. Aegean, the affairs of the church have come to an end. I am here today to say goodbye to you. Farewell. Aegean was shocked, but considering Smog beside him, he began to wink at Nami. But Nami seemed to have not seen it and smiled at herself. Yes, just leave the next thing to Nochigao alone. I'm going to hurry back to Tiga and continue practicing. After coming out for so many days without gaining any experience, Nami had already been eager to go back. Now with the help of the dividends of killing the evil dragon gang, Nami and Nakigao have successfully developed this small church that has just been born into a faith organization of hundreds of people. There are even many people who directly become high-level believers after learning that it was the evil dragon that Nami killed. In order to allow these believers to truly enjoy the benefits of the church, Nami also had to seize every time to improve her strength. Otherwise, the believers will pray to her at that time, but she will not be able to borrow any power. That can easily cause faith to collapse. After saying goodbye to Aegean, Nami didn't plan to say anything to Smog though. From Daski's mouth, she knew that Smog could be considered a serious navy and would never really do anything to Aegean and other villagers. The whirlwind surged in an instant, and Nami flew towards the sky like a son of the wind, stepping on the vortex of the air. However, at this moment, a grayish-white smoke but the curtain suddenly enveloped the entire sky. Smog's smoke figure suddenly appeared in front of Nami and stopped him. Wait, you just said Tiga, right? Smog's body was filled with a lot of smoke, which continued to spread around, emitting strong hostility. But when Nami saw this, she just smiled and then admitted generously. Huh, what's wrong? Smoger looked solemn and said. As far as I know, the pirate ship of the Twilight Pirates is called Tiga. And among that group of pirates, there is also a capable person who can control the storm. Oh, Nami's eyes narrowed and an endless storm suddenly emerged. Then, she showed a charming smile and patted her hands gently. I didn't expect that Colonel Smoger was not as useless as I heard. I actually know the name of our pirate ship. Not bad, worth encouraging Tilda. Instantly, the strong wind blew away all the smoke in the sky. Nami's eyes flashed. Colonel from the Navy headquarters. Just let her see how good the future colleagues are. Chapter 60 Backing. Sure enough, you guy who helped Kyle evacuate that day at the port of Roger Town. Looking at the strong wind rising in the sky, Smog instantly recognized Nami's identity. Immediately, his eyes suddenly widened, staring at Nami. Smoger will never forget the humiliation that Kyle brought to him. The humiliation not only exists in his body, but also in his heart. Today, he has caught the tail of the Twilight Pirates. No matter what, he would not let the yellow-haired girl in front of him go. As soon as his thoughts flashed, Smog suddenly let out a mouthful of thick smoke. The smoke surged when it encountered the wind and became extremely thick in an instant. At this time, Smog shouted. Take your life, white wind. In an instant, countless tiny smoke particles danced wildly, arranged and combined, turning into a giant gray-white net, flying quickly towards Nami's head. When the Navy encounters pirates, there is no unnecessary nonsense. The battle is about to break out. After having an experience of letting Kyle go, Smaug planned to block the airspace above Nami directly and cut off her possibility of flying and escaping. However, the idea is beautiful, the reality is skinny. Facing Smaug's smoke screen encirclement, Nami's expression remained calm, and her eyes looked at the smoke screen around her with a smile. She suddenly smiled and said, "That's it. Is this over?" "No, no. Is it the only level of a hero in the East China Sea?" Nami said a few sarcastic words. The next second, her arms suddenly became as smooth as silk, and then she waved her heart forward. "Take some real skills, Sir Smaug. Otherwise, you will be defeated by me, the little girl." The hurricane is howling. Tilda. The moment Nami finished speaking, a powerful storm suddenly surged, roaring and blowing on the huge smoke net condensed by Smaug. Strong wind versus smoke and dust. The winner will be decided in an instant. The vast wind pressure was like countless sharp blades, raging tore up all the smoke nets in the air. Immediately afterwards, another gust of wind whistled by. The remaining smoke in the sky was blown away at this moment and disappeared. Nami was riding on the whirlwind and looked at Smaug funny ly and said, "Oh, it seems that I am slightly better at competing skills. After all, things like smoke cannot exist in the strong wind, right?" While talking, she also tilted her head playfully to act cute. It was as if, from the beginning, she did not take this battle seriously. Damn it! Feeling this familiar feeling, Smaug suddenly let out an angry shout. Last time, Kyle slipped away from him with such a relaxed expression. And today, history is always surprisingly similar. Smaug had never expected that Nami's control over the ability of the fruit had reached a level comparable to him. There are also strengths and weaknesses between fruit abilities. His smoke was obviously restrained by Nami's storm. It would be easy to say if the strength is far apart. But if the two have little control over the ability of fruits, then he will continue to use his fruit ability and will definitely lose. However, it is absolutely impossible to make Smaug give up his prey in front of him. Angry, he suddenly pulled out his 10 weapons, with a ferocious face. "Don't think it's over. The battle is not over yet. Bye man." Swish. A ray of smoke rising from the sky suddenly appeared at Smaug's feet, like vines transcending on the pillars, spiraling upwards, pushing Smaug's body into a rapid impact on Nami. Since the fruit ability is not good, he chooses to fight in close combat. With the 10 hands inlaid with the Sea Tower stone in his hand, Smaug believed that as long as he could attack Nami, he would win the battle. It's a pity that Nami, who has been guarding against him, would give him a chance to get close to him. Just like Nami said before, the smoke is in front of the strong wind, always a younger brother. What a ruthless Mr. Navy. She chuckled, rode in a whirlwind, and suddenly raised her body, perfectly avoiding Smaug's 10-hand attack. At the same time, quietly, a hurricane suddenly rolled up from the ground and blew towards the smoke under Smaug. Under the wind, the smoke column that supported Smaug's continuous upwards broke instantly, revealing a gap. After losing the bottom support, Smaug's body shape reached a certain height, he could no longer take a step forward. Hee. Nami chuckled, her gentle air lingering. "Mr. Navy, give up. With your current strength, it is impossible for you to beat me. Even if you have more power than me, more physical strength than me, and better combat talents than me. But in front of the hurricane, your attack is weak and powerless. This is the end of today's battle. If we continue to fight, we will not be able to decide the outcome. Captain Kyle is still waiting for me to go back." Against the backdrop of the wind, Nami's figure slowly rose until she became a little bit in Smaug's eyes. She bent her fingers cutely towards Smaug and smiled. "So got by. Don't try to escape," Smaug shouted. But at this moment, Tilda. The strong wind whistled, sweeping across the sky. Smaug quickly stretched out his arm to block the wind and sand that was swept by the hurricane. After a while, when everything was settled, he looked up quickly, but only saw a clear sky without a cloud. Damn it! Let them run away again. Smog looked at Nami, who had turned into a black dot in the distant sky, stamped her feet and beat her chest, but she could do nothing. Suddenly, he remembered something and instantly focused his eyes on the Sheriff Aegean. Since Nami appeared in this village, the sheriff in front of her must have known some information. But before he could ask Aegean, another figure fell from the sky and suddenly stopped him. Call. Smoger, please don't make things difficult for Mr. Aegean. The spiraling breeze slowly dissipated. Without waiting for the stunned Smog to come back to his senses, Nochigao, who arrived with the help of divine power, smiled and said, I'm sorry, I came to visit suddenly. Please allow me to introduce myself. I am the Archbishop of the Storm Witch Church, Nochigao. Just now, my god issued a new oracle and asked me to entertain you and other naval soldiers. By the way, tell the stories that happened here in detail to His Excellency Smog. Thinking about the story here can answer some of your doubts. Smog. Looking at Norkigao, who was surrounded by spiritual wind, Smog was extremely surprised. Why did another girl who could control the wind power appear in front of him? When will the devil fruit ability be wholesale? What other church is the Storm Witch? What's that thing again? Smog felt a little overwhelmed. He just stayed at the G153 branch base for a while. Why does he feel that the world seems to have become unfamiliar? He couldn't figure it out. In the end, he was troubled by endless doubts and chose to temporarily suppress the pursuit of the pirates in the twilight and prepare to listen to it to answer the story he was confused about. Half an hour later. Next to the ruins of the Dragon Empire. Thisho, is this possible? Smoger clenched his fists, his eyes filled with raging flames of anger. Even if the evidence was already in front of him, he still couldn't accept the story Nuki Gao had just told. A pirate group released by the Navy actually enslaved humans in this sea area and became the local emperor for several years. More importantly, all this happened in the Navy's sight. The strong sense of tear between reality and imagination made Smog feel suffocated and could not accept this cruel truth for a moment. At this moment, the expression on his face was even more angry and incredible than the victim Nochigao. But as if he expected Smog to perform like this, Norkigao's expression did not change much. I'm very pleased that the Navy will be angry about all this, which at least shows that we are not abandoned by the world. But facts are facts. What happened is what happened. The damage suffered by the villagers of Kekiashi village and even all humans in this sea area are like wrinkled paper, and cannot be restored through ordinary power. That's why Nami chose to borrow her magical power to establish the Storm Witch cult. When a wounded person has faith, even if he does not heal the pain they suffer, they can temporarily forget that dark years. Call. Smoger. Nochigao suddenly stepped forward and looked straight at Smog. Not knowing whether it was shame or something, Smoger subconsciously began to dodge his eyes. Nochigao didn't care and continued to say solemnly. According to the laws of the world government, civil church organizations, if they want to build churches in other countries or towns and walk openly in the sun, registration and reporting must be carried out with relevant government agencies and filling in relevant information. Otherwise, they will be expelled from the country as a cult. Quote. But you have also seen the situation of the Storm Witch Church. Our doctrines and beliefs cannot be placed on the table for explanation. So Colonel Smoger, can you please help us and use your status and influence in the East China Sea to solve the problem of our church's official identity? What? How can this be done? This is a matter of discipline. Smog looked panicked and quickly retreated. But Nochigao pressed him step by step. Why can't it be possible? Can the Navy violate discipline and protect the pirates, but not civilians? While speaking, Noki waved his arm high, summoned an air cannon out of thin air, and then suddenly smashed into the ruins in the distance. Instantly. The ruins seemed to be hit by real shells, and suddenly made a huge sound, and sand and gravel splashed under the sweeping airflow. After showing the power he borrowed from Nami, Nochigao looked at Smog again and said, with Nami's fruit ability, she can pass on the bridge of faith to every believer. In this way, those ordinary people who believe in Nami can have the ability to protect themselves like me when facing crises such as pirates. Call. Smoger, I know you are a good official who sincerely serves the people. But you also need to know that many policies are not about protecting the people. Occasionally, it may help you find justice that is truly suitable for you. What do you think? Quote. Nochigao's words were like a sharp arrow, hitting the bull's eye. Indeed. Many policies do not appear for the purpose of protecting the people. Smog suddenly fell silent. In fact, after hearing about the affairs of the dragon pirates and Colonel Mouse, his heart was already shaken. Because he, who comes from the Navy headquarters, knows better than anyone else. Those senior officials in charge of the East China Sea will definitely not be unaware of what happened in the Kokoyashi village. But they still acquiesce to the existence of the dragon pirates. This is already very telling. After pondering for a while, Smog was finally defeated by his inner guilt. Looking at Nochigao who was staring at him intently, he suddenly said in a deep voice. I consider it. Although he said something about consideration, when he said this, it already represented his decision. Hearing this, Nochigao smiled and extended his hand of friendship to Smog in pursuit. Thank you very much for your help. The Church of the Storm Witch will always remember the kindness of Colonel Smoger. Chapter 61 Kia Chamber of Commerce. Yeah. After all, did Smoger agree to help the church solve the problem of official qualifications? It seems that I don't need to bother my second uncle in person. Antigua. Kyle looked at Nami after reporting, and a gratified smile appeared on her face. If it is not necessary, he naturally does not want to bother with the Navy headquarters in everything. After all, it will only seem that your ability is limited and reduce your weight in the minds of the warring states. Period. Nowadays, Nami and the others can solve the problem of official qualifications through their own means, which undoubtedly means that his team is becoming mature and independent. For the Storm Witch Church, official qualifications are the rights they must win. Because only in this way can they build churches around the world and harvest faith. The more people believe in Nami, the more Bailey they can get. By the way, you can also use the power of the church to collect intelligence and sell weapons and ammunition. Looking at Nami who was tired in front of her, Kyle showed a satisfied smile on her face and immediately said to her. Okay, thank you for your hard work during this period. Go back and have some rest. From tomorrow, you will be like Dasky and the others, in the practice room for 12 hours every day. The hard days in the future are still long. Quote. Sir Captain, I just returned from completing the mission, can't I say something that makes people angry? Nami looked at Kyle complainingly. But Kyle was unmoved. Although chicken soup is delicious, most of it is poisonous. Although honest words are unpleasant, it is because they are closer to the truth. Okay, if you don't want to stay with me, go back quickly. Looking at Nami who had been exhausted after flying for a day and a night, Kyle directly issued an order to expel him. It's really boring, Nami muttered, but she was indeed very mentally distressed. She stepped open the door of the captain's room, then turned around and said goodbye. Good night, Captain Kyle. Good night, I wish you a good dream. Kyle smiled and waved. Pong. Nami gently took the door to her. After Nami left the captain's room, Kyle looked at the East China Sea map on the table and continued to think. Well, in the church, Nami's sister Nokigao is responsible for development, so there is no need to worry too much. Because of Nokigao's perfect trust in Nami, after she became a believer, and became the top believer directly. So the power she can borrow from Nami is also more abundant. If you are just in the East China Sea, you don't have to worry about her safety at all. However, it is unlikely to see the benefits of the church in a short period of time. Fortunately, Kyle did not expect the church's profits to be immediately effective from the beginning. He looked at the map and searched quickly. In this way, there seems to be only the only places in the East China Sea that can make a lot of money. Kyle's finger rubbed the map for a while, then suddenly turned into a straight line and pointed it above an island. To be precise, it is a small village on the island. Silab Village. Kyle murmured softly. As a small village that has appeared in the anime plot, Kyle did not go to this place for sightseeing. But this is a place that Kyle had to go. First of all, Syllabu village has a pirate Klo who may fit into the Black Deacon character Ka. Facing the Tool Man, Kyle's idea has always been to kill him by mistake rather than let him go. Anyway, it has the effect of 100% loyalty. Even if the other party deserves to be killed, Kyle will still choose to let it continue to shine. After all, to put it nicely, they are Kyle's partners. To put it bluntly, they are actually slaves who contributed their combat effectiveness to Kyle. What they will become depends entirely on what Kyle wants them to be. Secondly, as long as Klo is caught, Kyle can obtain an animal-type devil fruit from the Warring States period. This devil fruit that is picked up for nothing is not for nothing. The last point. In fact, it is also Kyle's ultimate goal to go to Syllabu village. That is, he plans to take the Kia family's Chamber of Commerce under his command. Certainly. Kyle will definitely not forcibly occupy Kia's family industry like Klo. He went to Syllabu village on this trip, intending to make a deal with Kia. A transaction is beneficial to Kia and the Twilight Pirates. At this time, Kyle was no longer the one wuxia Aemon who only knew the relevant content of the plot when he had just traveled through time. He has already completed the investigation into the situation of the Kia family's Chamber of Commerce. It has to be said that Klo is worthy of being the role of Deputy Captain Ben Beckman, whose IQ is second only to the Red Hair Pirates. The Kia family industry he designed and seized was definitely not just a small manner displayed in the animation. Kyle speculated that the reason why the Kia family lived in Xilobu village may be because they fell in love with the vast land and sparsely populated areas, which would allow Kia, who was weak, to recover and recuperate. And in fact, the Chamber of Commerce of the Ya family is also a well-known existence even if it is placed in the entire East China Sea. If it weren't for the accidental death of Kia's parents 2 years ago, causing the Chamber of Commerce's business to plummet and would have been much more sluggish. Kyle could sell the treasures in his cabin to the Chamber of Commerce of Kia. The glorious Kia family owns hundreds of merchant ships and has businesses spread throughout the East China Sea. All the industries combined together are absolutely worth more than 10 billion. Even after 2 years of lows, the Chamber of Commerce managed by Klo has at least several billion assets. Here I have to talk about Klo's cleverness. He was originally capable of quickly resolving the riots in the Chamber of Commerce after Kia's parents died and keeping them the same. But according to Kyle's investigation, during that period, the Chamber of Commerce of Kia's family was like a boy who was a casual money, cutting out all the bloated and difficult to manage business. Only some industries that are loyal to Kia's family and will not be coveted by others are left behind. In this way, when Klo received Kia's will, he could take office without any obstacles, become the new owner of the Chamber of Commerce, and gain a large number of loyal subordinates. With his intelligence, it is not difficult to make the Chamber of Commerce bigger and stronger and create more brilliant things. In the future, the East China Sea Business District will surely have a place for Klo. It's a pity. Such a perfect layout was broken by a group of pirates who got into the Straw Hat. After analyzing the information of the Kia family, even Kyle couldn't help but feel sorry for Klo. Oh, it's a good villain. How great is it to die obediently on the sea? Why do you have to think about it and why do you retire? In the end, you will be depressed by your younger generation and lose both your wealth. Since that's the case, I will be kind and reluctantly take all your people and wealth into your pocket in advance. With a smile in his heart, Kyle sat back on the soft seat again. He believed that with the pirate Klo, the trump card, his cooperation with the Kia Chamber of Commerce will definitely go very smoothly. Now, after Monka has dealt with the legacy of the Cliff Pirates. Follow Monka and they can go to Syllabu village immediately. By that time, let Monka and Crow settle the old and new revenge together and make a good fight. I believe that when Klo was stepped on by Monka, the expression on his face would be very exciting. Just as Kyle was planning the direction of his future navigation. The phone bug on his desk suddenly rang. Blublu blublu. Kyle was stunned, then quickly reached out and connected the microphone. The face of the phone worm instantly turned into he looks square in chin. A rough voice came from the other side of the phone bug. Is it Captain Kyle? The person who called was not someone else, it was Monka that Kyle just remembered. It's me. Kyle answered immediately, then frowned and asked, why did you call at this time? What happened? Monka made a confused contempt and said, Captain Kyle, I don't know very well whether the current situation is considered an accident. Because just now, agent from the Clyke pirates and I met a group of pirates who wanted to be black and eat black. Then the two of us started to take action in advance and took the lead in shaking them. Kyle. Then what? And then? Monka's tone paused significantly and said guiltily. A djinn is now beaten by the opponent a little soon. I remember Captain Kyle, you wanted this guy to come on the boat, so I called to report it. Hey, stop calling. Didn't you see me calling? On the other side of the phone bug, Monka suddenly yelled at someone. What? On the Tiga, Kyle was also stunned for a moment. After reacting, the corners of his mouth twitched twice, and asked in a look that he didn't know what to do. How is Agent's situation now? He's okay now. The phone bug replied immediately, I think he can't stand it anymore, so I threw him out of the battlefield first. That guy should be hiding in that corner and alley, silently recovering from the wound. Can you beat Agent out of the battlefield? Is there such a number one figure in the East China Sea? Kyle was puzzled. Where are you now? I will ask Tiga to find you immediately. Poochie. From the phone worm, a sound of spoiling into the body suddenly came. But then, Monka's calm voice came. We are now in the Hook Town on Chirat Island. Captain Kyle, don't worry. That guy Agent was just a few hits behind him, and he shouldn't die for a while. I hope so. Kyle nodded silently, then immediately hung up the phone, summoned Tiga, and changed the direction of the navigation. Originally, they planned to go to a base camp of the Clyke pirates to pick up Monka. But now that Agent is injured, they have to change their course. No matter what, it was also a tool he booked. Kyle's ticket to enter the Great Route, but he still counts on these tool people. Chapter 62 Prisoner Bucky Clown. Hook Town. When Monka saw the phone worm closing his eyes, he knew that Captain Kyle took the initiative to leave the phone. He immediately put the phone bug in his inner pocket with one hand. The originally honest eyes were instantly occupied by a fierce scarlet color. The corpses of pirates were everywhere. Monka's other hand tightly grasped a strange palm holding a sharp dagger. It was a single palm, without the support of the body, but was able to move freely. In the entire East China Sea, there is only one person who can do this, Bucky the Clown. The object of being shady with Monka is this future famous clown king of the four emperors. Hey, I've stabbed me for so long, it's my turn now. Monka grinned and showed his sharp fangs at Bucky. Poochie. The scarlet tentacles covered with blood-purple scales suddenly bloomed out of their waists. Monka's body, the several blood holes that had just been stabbed out by a dagger, began to heal quickly at this moment. Before the physical energy was exhausted, any non-fatal injuries had no effect on him. Monster. Seeing this, Bucky, who was floating in the air on his upper body, immediately showed a dumbfounded fright on his face. But soon, his face suddenly became ruthless and he grinned and said with a sarcastic smile. Damn guy. Don't think that you can defeat you, Mr. Bucky, me if you have obtained any fruit ability. I am a scattered person who ate the fruits of the four parts. Your attack has no effect on me either. Wow ha ha ha. As he spoke, Bucky suddenly split his palm that was held by Monka again and turned into small fragments. With the help of Monka's temporary force, he quickly escaped from his clamping, and his palm flew back to him again and recombined. Damn it, what a big hand force. Feeling the swelling on his hands, Bucky hurriedly threw it secretly in the dark a few times, then continued to arrogantly say. See it, even as a monster, you can't do anything to me. Please give up and surrender, and move all the valuable things on your ship down. I will spare your life, otherwise. Boom. Before Bucky could speak, a giant axe suddenly fell from the sky, directly following his head and split his body into two. Immediately afterwards, Monka, whose eyes were as scarlet as a monster, held up his giant axe arm and slashed at Bucky's body, with a magnificent momentum. In just a few seconds, Bucky's body turned into a large number of pieces. But his mouth was still hard. Useless. Useless. No matter how many more attacks are useless. Quote. Because I am an invincible existence. Ow. The clown who was shouting suddenly let out a painful scream. His body instantly returned to normal, and then his eyes were red and he looked at Monka in front of him in disbelief. Hee. Monka, who was filled with the desire to kill, let out a cold-blooded laugh, but his steps were unswervingly crushing forward. Do you think I was stabbed so many times by you, and I really can't do anything to you? Bucky the clown. Monka stepped on Bucky's feet with one foot, and Hezi behind him also pierced Bucky's other foot and nailed it to the ground. I've discovered that even if your body can be infinitely divided, your feet can only stay on the ground. Joker Bucky, he grinned with his fangs and his mouth wide, and leaned his face closer to Bucky. With the help of the ghoul's power, the jaw that had recovered seemed extremely ferocious at this moment. Monka let out a devilish whisper, "You have been caught by me." Looking at Monka's terrifying face, Bucky's face was instantly scared to the point of being blue. His eyes were stunned for a moment. Then the next second. Plop. He lost his feet and knelt directly on the ground, then started crying loudly. "Good man, please spare me. This is actually a misunderstanding. Bucky, who can bend and stretch, has no aura of a strong man." After discovering that his weakness was caught, he chose to surrender without any hesitation. What kind of pirate's ambition? Before considering those things, at least you must save your life first. I have to say that Bucky's kneeling really made Monka stunned. However, in the pirate world, there has always been an unwritten rule of surrender and not kill. Looking at Bucky's embarrassing look with snot and tears, Monka immediately showed a disgusting expression. Lin He, who was behind him, suddenly swung his feet into the scales, completely cutting off the possibility of Bucky's escape. "Okay, I'm crying. I don't have time to mess around with you." Monka swung his huge axe, stuffed Bucky's feet into a snakeskin bag, and swung it on his back. Immediately, I didn't care about Bucky and went straight to the direction where Ajin was. Bucky, who had lost his feet alone, knelt on the ground alone, like an abandoned little widow, with a sad face. "Hey Tilda. Hey, where are you? Who are you going? Hey Tilda. You're waiting for me." Seeing Monka go further and further, Bucky quickly flew up, hung behind Monka and followed. The limitations of the fruit split into pieces. When the distance between his body and feet exceeds 200 meters, he will be as weak as if he had encountered seawater. In other words, once Monka takes his feet away, he will completely become a paralyzed waste person. Damn it! Don't let me catch the opportunity. Otherwise, I must make you look good. Bucky, who followed Monka with a flattering look on his face, cursed fiercely in his heart. A few hours later. At the port of the town of Hook. The Tiga, which was driving in rapid speed, slowly stopped on the shore. Kyle stood by the ship bar, looking at Monka with a coma on his back, and the one floating behind Monka. Joker Bucky. Seeing the beautiful red nose, Kyle was also stunned for a moment, but then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. So that's it, Kyle murmured softly. He was thinking before that who would be Ajin's opponent in the East China Sea. After all, his strength is comparable to Sanji during this period, and he is also considered to be the top powerhouse in the East China Sea. However, if the opponent is the clown Bucky, it is no surprise that any result will be. After all, he is also an intern on One Piece ship, the legendary owner of the Overlord Luck. It is estimated that Monka also relies on the special physique of the ghoul, otherwise he would never be so relaxed when he called Kyle. Interesting, I didn't expect that the 4 emperors that will cause trouble to the world government in the future will be taken down by me. It's a pity that no one in the Navy should know Bucky's future identity and status. Otherwise, wouldn't it be easy to replace 10 or 8 demon fruits with this big red nose? Kyle sighed slightly, but he had already guessed what happened in his heart. After Monka boarded the ship, he only asked a few symbolic questions, and then asked Monka to take Agent to find Dasky, preparing to use her reply to save Agent's 1. This guy is not yet dead. Because just now, Kyle had already tested Agent with the character card that never kills again. The results were not beyond his expectations. Open black lens bracket fitness equals 80% close black lens bracket. In other words, if nothing unexpected happens, this dying ghost man will become his next tool man. As for the clown Bucky, he is just a prisoner. Kyle directly asked Monka to throw his body and feet into the prison in the cabin. Chapter 63 Convert to my devil. Hey, be gentle, I can leave myself. Bucky, who was thrown into prison by Monka, screamed in pain. He lost his feet, but it did not affect his physical flexibility at all. He suddenly floated up and pressed his face tightly against the dark iron fence. Hey Tilda. Hey guy. Don't leave. What are you doing when you lock me up here? Everyone is out to be so unpretentious. Hey Tilda. Looking at Monka's figure gradually moving away, Bucky screamed in grief. This scream was not because he was imprisoned. In fact, such an ordinary prison cannot lock him up at all. He can go in and out as much as he wants. What really made him feel uncomfortable? Monka actually handed his feet to his captain. When he first got on the boat, Bucky had already recognized Kyle's identity. Kyle, the pirate who offers a bounty of 3 million yuan. As a pirate who has seen strong winds and waves, a pirate who has a bounty of only 3,000 yuan can be said to be of no deterrence to him. But for some reason, when I saw Kyle, an inexplicable premonition flashed through Bucky's heart. If he dares to make trouble in front of Kyle, his fate will definitely be very miserable. Bucky has always believed in his premonition. But if that Kyle was really as terrifying as he felt, then he will never be able to get his feet back and will not be able to gain freedom. The key is, what benefits can they have if they keep themselves locked up? Suddenly, Bucky's inspiration flashed. Damn it, these pirates, shouldn't they fall in love with my body? Pimp, slave smuggling, redemption of kidney cutter. The more I imagined it, the more frightened Bucky became. It's over. It's over. It's over. Bucky in the prison instantly panicked. But at this moment, a low voice suddenly came out from behind him. Save effort, they won't let you out easily. Frightened. Who is it? Bucky was shocked and turned around quickly, and suddenly found that in the shadow he had not noticed, a strong man with a burly body was sitting cross-legged. You are. Bucky blinked, then showed a look of shock and pointed his hand. You are the East China Sea Admiral Click who disappeared some time ago inexplicably. Why are you here? Bucky asked in confusion and shock. You must know. The sudden disappearance of Click and the sudden sale of industries in various places caused a stir in the East China Sea some time ago. Even some unofficial newspapers reported on this matter. It is precisely because of these reports that Monka and Akin's industry for selling the Cliff Pirates has become so smooth and so fast. Bucky was because he saw the newspaper reports that he had bad intentions and wanted to take the opportunity to grab a huge sum of money. Unexpectedly. This time he stole the chicken but lost some rice, but instead caused himself to get in. When he heard Bucky's inquiry, Click, who was sitting high in the old monk, also looked up at the dim floor and sighed sadly. Yes, why? If he hadn't fought for fame and fortune, and hadn't asked Kyle to get back those false fame, maybe he wouldn't have become like this. It's a pity. It's too late. Click smacked his lips. Although from a biological point of view, his body and brain still belonged to Clicker. But Click himself knew that his spirit and soul had long become the shape Kyle wanted. When he looked at Bucky again, an inexplicable light suddenly burst out from his eyes. I saw Klish take out a booklet from somewhere, with two big words Doctus written on it above, and then grinned at Bucky. I wonder if you are interested in this inmate, please learn about our Stormwitch Church. What church? Bucky was stunned. But at this moment, Klish had already stood up, his eyes filled with spiritual flashes, and his body was surrounded by floating cyclones, and he walked towards Bucky. What are you going to do? Bucky was shocked and his body suddenly floated behind him until his back leaned against the shaded wall. Looking at Click walking step by step, a sense of fear couldn't help but arise in his heart. He shouted in dismay. "Don't come here, Tilda." In the crew dormitory. Seeing Kyle's ears moving slightly when he treated Agent, a faint smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Is this guy Click quite active in preaching? Have you started practicing with Bucky?" But soon, Kyle shook his head gently and said in his heart. What a pity, Click's first missionary journey was probably not easy. If there is anyone in the pirate world who is Kyle, who has the perspective of God that cannot see through, then apart from I am, the King of the world, sitting on the throne of the void, the next one is Bucky, who is being held in a cage at this moment. He had a guess in his previous life that Shanks was the current time fruit power after Guangyushi's death. After his fruit ability awakened, he sacrificed himself. He has teleported Bucky to 800 years ago. That world is still a huge kingdom on land. Then Bucky awakened the fruit ability there, used his split power to divide the continent into countless islands, and used the red clay continent and the Great Way to divide the world into the 4 seas. To be honest, although Kyle knew how outrageous this guess was, deep down he still had a little expectation for Bucky. After all, judging from the phenomenon of Superman's demon fruit awakening, the fruit is still unable to do these things. If the plot develops like this, then the pirate world will be interesting. Kyle suddenly chuckled. And at this moment, Agent's treatment came to an end. Dasky retracted the emerald green spiritual pressure from his hand, turned around and nodded to Kyle and said, "Captain Kyle, I have finished treating Agent's injuries with the help of the tide, but he still needs to rest for a while because he has lost too much blood. I think it won't take long before he can wake up. Thank you for your hard work, Dasky." Kyle smiled slightly. "I really didn't expect that I would just grab it and rob myself of a ship doctor." Dasky raised his eyebrows and glanced at Kyle. "I don't want to be a ship doctor. Please find a real boat doctor for our pirates as soon as possible." "Ha ha ha, I'll try my best." Kyle called ha ha. After all, whether the ship doctor can be withdrawn depends on whether the system will give you face. This time, although Monka returned early because he was stopped by the Bucky pirates. But with his and Agent's efforts these days, the legacy of the Clipper pirates has actually been sold. In addition to some supplies plundered from the Bucky pirates, Kyle's current Bailey reserves have reached 1 billion. Looking back 2 months ago, tens of millions of Baileys were a huge sum of money for him. Now, in a short time, he actually has to spend billions of Bailey's assets. If you think about it carefully, it is really touching. No words all night. In a blink of an eye, it was the next day's dawn. Kyle came to the prison on the lower floor of the deck with a relaxed pace. A beam of light shone into the dark prison. After sleeping all night, Bucky, whose eyes were covered in blood, saw the beam of light, and suddenly seemed to see the hope of life. At this moment, he didn't even bother to hide his abilities, and directly divided his body into several segments and flew out of the prison. "Help! Help! Let me out! I don't want to stay with that lunatic again. You can do anything, let me out quickly." Bucky cried bitterly, as if he had suffered such a great grievance in his life. However, when he raised his head, what he saw was not Kyle's face. In an instant, Bucky only felt that he had come to another world in an instant. In the sky, a pair of scarlet eyes filled with strangeness and magma were hung high like the sun and the moon. It was as if the gods declared, and the whispered voice of the demon suddenly remembered the deepest part of Bucky's soul. "Don't worry, I'll save you." Chapter 64, Ghost Man, No More Killing, 4K. In the strange blood-colored spiritual world, Bucky, who entered the moon-redding space, was crucified and enjoyed the same treatment as Clicker at that time. Various torture instruments appeared out of thin air around Bucky, persecuting his body. At the same time, thousands of distracting thoughts, like the murmuring of gods and demons, sounded in his ears, mind, and soul, and advised him to believe in the storm which would end his painful life. Kyle, who has no brainwashing talent, used such a simple and crude way to completely destroy Clicks will and turn him into a crazy believer who believes in Nami. However, in the moon reading space at this time, listening to Bucky's painful screams and roars, Kyle's brows were firmly furrowed, and a look of fatigue was revealed in his eyes. I am worthy of being the crew of One Piece. I do have 2 brushes. I've been tortured for so long, but I can still maintain my sense of self. Suddenly, Kyle, who was controlling the Yudu space, suddenly started to murmur to himself. Looking at Bucky, who was not completely brainwashed despite the constant wailing, he was really shocked. Although Bucky's strength is so weak that he doesn't look like a pirate from the Great Way, he is still somewhat in his body when he can stumbling all the way and become the 4 emperors, in the eyes of others by chance. Kyle asked himself. If his identities were exchanged, his performance would not even be as strong as Click, who had persisted in the spiritual world for 7 days and 7 nights. No. Using firmness may be a bit exaggerated. Kyle, who was just an ordinary person in his previous life, was already considered to be firm in his will after being tortured by such a strong desire. Thinking of this, Kyle immediately sighed with gratitude in his heart. Fortunately, I'm a perpetrator. While speaking, he suddenly increased his mental power output to Yudu and extended his torture time for Bucky. Fortunately, Zoro, AS level partner, had officially joined the team a few days ago and became a member of the work of the training room. After accepting Zoro's combat power feedback, Kyle has now completely stood up and has a bonus of 100 million yuan, the strength of the pirate. He didn't believe it. With the terrifying recovery buff of the captain's room, he could not brainwash himself as an intern on Roger's ship. Real world. Kyle reached out and picked up Bucky, who was lying in front of him, covered her head that was a little uncomfortable because she was exhausted because she was too busy, and threw Bucky into the fence of the prison. Immediately he looked up and looked inside the prison. At this time, Click seemed to have suffered some blow, and was huddling in the dark corner, closing his eyes, and silent. If it weren't for the trembling eyelids that couldn't help but feel like he was asleep after hearing Kyle's footsteps. Okay, don't pretend to be dead. Kyle knocked on the iron railing of the prison and pointed at Bucky under his feet and said. This guy is not a simple guy. He used to be a member of One Piece Roger's ship. It is normal for you to fail in your first missionary, and I will not blame you. Kyle finished speaking, and Clyke's eyelids trembled twice in an instant, then slowly opened, revealing a pair of shocked eyes. He looked at Bucky, who was twitching on the ground in disbelief, and then looked up at Kyle. The questioning expression seemed to be saying, "That's it, One Piece's crew." However, Kyle, who was listless, didn't have much time to chat with Clyke. He also had to go back to the house and sleep, recover his energy as soon as possible, and then come back to continue brainwashing Bucky. Kyle looked at Click and said directly. By the way, Agent has come back, with Bucky. It won't take long before you can be released from prison. I don't need to say more about what to do later. Please rest assured by Lord Kyle. Click nodded immediately. I will explain everything to Agent myself, and I guarantee that it will not affect your affairs. This is the best. Kyle nodded, waved his hand, and walked out of the prison. He thought about sending Click into the city, but in the end he didn't intend to hide it from Agent. After all, he will be in a boat in the future. Sooner or later, he will know about Click. Even if he is 100% loyal, Kyle always feels embarrassing. In order to avoid any embarrassing scenes, it is better to let Click directly explain everything. Anyway, for pirates, entering the game is not a shame. What's more, he was still in prison with paid attention. After Nami's strength is strong, the benefits he gains as a bishop of the church will definitely make many people envious. After returning to the captain's room, Kyle fell down and lay on the bed. When he woke up again, he had already missed lunchtime. Fortunately, Kirby left a portion of ingredients for Kier. After seeing Kirby, Kirby immediately ran into the kitchen to make lunch for Kirby. Oh, has Agent woke up? Inside the cabin restaurant. While eating simple curry rice, Kyle started chatting with Kebby, who was waiting to pack up the tableware. Yes, Kirby nodded and said, according to your instructions, I have just taken the pirate named Agent to see Click in the underground prison. After coming out of prison, Agent has been waiting for you to wake up in the crew dormitory. That's it. Kyle pulled out a piece of paper, wiped his mouth, and then suddenly put his 5 fingers together and gently buckled the tabletop. Little Tiga. I am here. The ship elf, like a Timal elf, suddenly appeared in front of Kyle. After wiping his mouth, Kyle threw the paper into the trash can and immediately said to Little Tiga. Go and call Agent over. I think he should be mentally prepared now. No problem, Captain. Little Tiga instantly received the order. He saluted playfully like a child playing a military game, then turned his body and disappeared into the restaurant. Come quickly and go quickly. It's so good. Looking at the Little Tiga who was coming and going freely, Kirby showed an envious look. If he had the infinite teleportation speed of Little Tiga, he would have been able to fly quickly when he cleaned the cabin. Kirby, who did not forget his original intention, couldn't help but imagine in his heart that he teleported back and forth in the Tiga to clean the picture. And this scene happened to be seen by Kyle. He smiled suddenly. What's wrong, Kirby? Do you want to be a ship elf too? Ah, no. Kirby was stunned suddenly, then immediately waved his hand in a hurry and said shyly. That's right, I think Little Tiga's instant movement is so powerful. As long as he wants, he can appear anywhere, which is really convenient. Oh, that's right. Kyle raised his eyebrows, looked up and down, and then asked with a smile. Kirby, you should have started practicing the 6th Navy recently, right? How do you feel about this period of time? The condition is not very good. Oh, why do you say that? Kyle looked at the boy Kirby who was almost completely rid of the weak chicken and made a puzzled voice. Just that's. The unconfident Kirby replied slightly depressedly. I clearly practiced the 6th-stage Navy practice with Miss Dasky. But now Miss Dasky has practiced shaving and paper painting, but I can't continue use it to shave it. Quote. Quote. Brother Kirby, if you let the guys in the Navy headquarters know that you only took 2 months to practice from no foundation to your current level, you probably have to commit suicide by separatism in minutes tilde. Sure enough, being talented means doing whatever you want. Ahem. Kyle coughed twice, but he didn't intend to make Kirby realize how good his talent was. He tapped the table lightly and nodded calmly. Well, I can shave it before I practice it, right? The progress is indeed a bit slow. But it doesn't matter, everything is difficult at the beginning. Your physical fitness is now beginning to surpass ordinary people. I believe that it won't take long to become a strong man who stands alone like Dasky and Zoro. Captain Kyle. Listening to Kyle's encouragement, Kirby's eyes instantly became wet. It was not until a tear flowed down the corners of his eyes that he quickly wiped his eyes with his sleeves, revealing his shiny eyes. Yes, I will definitely not disappoint Captain Kyle. Haha, I believe in you. Kyle chuckled. Immediately afterwards, he moved his consciousness and clicked on the character card of the feng shui gate again to check the degree of fit between Kirby and it. Open black lens bracket fitness equals 57% close black lens bracket. Kyle thought to himself, well, it has risen from 56% to 57%. It seems that it won't take long before Kirby can become the pink glitter of the pirate world. Kyle, who had a full meal, started chatting with Kirby on the next training plan. After a while, under the leadership of Little Tiga, Agent also came to the restaurant. Kirby, who was originally reporting, suddenly stopped his voice, quickly packed up the tableware, and then left the restaurant with Little Tiga. Captain Kyle just said. As long as he can shave the Navy's 6th strategy, the captain will use his magical fruit ability to improve his talent and give himself powerful strength. With so many lessons from the past, Kirby is now full of fighting spirit. Without saying a word, after saying goodbye to Little Tiga, he went straight into the training room and started practicing. At the same time, inside the restaurant, Kyle smiled and looked at a chair next to him, and signaled to Agent. Sit down, you're welcome. A chair is just an ordinary chair. Although the facilities mall also has 2 systems, kitchen and restaurant, for sale, because the first-level kitchen and restaurant can only affect the speed of cooking and the appetite for eating. So Kyle never bought it. With the expansion of Tiga several times, the restaurant's layout is now a bit strange. In the huge space, only some common tables, chairs and benches are placed in the family, making it look very spacious. But among the two present, neither Kyle nor Ajin would care about these personalities. Kyle placed the table with one hand flat, exuding a powerful aura exclusive to hundreds of millions of powerful people. In fact, it is a way of applying mental power. It is straightforward to the point. Click should have told you the specific situation, right? Then Ajin, tell me what you think. Is it yes or no? Facing Kyle's dark and deep eyes, Ajin, who was about to say something, suddenly stood there in a daze. Strong. Unparalleled power. Even though he had seen the scene where Kyle punched the world that day and was mentally prepared. But at this moment, when he faced Kyle, he still kept silent for a moment. Looking back at Captain Click, who had always been rampant and arrogant in prison, actually showed a sincere face and persuaded himself to join the pirates in the evening. Ajin only felt like she had traveled to another world in time. But some of Click's previous words did touch the heartstrings in his heart. Join the pirates in the evening to witness the scenery of the top of the world. Originally, this was also their ambition of the Clipper Pirates. But under Kyle's punch, the future that he once imagined instantly turned into a ridiculous fantasy of the ignorant. Nowadays, even Captain Click doesn't know why, and is willing to sneak into the deep-sea prison for the man in front of him to complete a mysterious mission. He, the combat captain of the Clipper Pirates, seemed to have nothing to stick to. To be honest, it should be your own glory to be invited by such a character. Under Kyle's aura, Ajin thought a lot in an instant and thought a lot. Finally, he suddenly stood up from the chair he had just sat down, lowered his head seriously at Kyle, and bent down and said, "Thanks to Lord Kyle's kindness. I am willing to join the pirate group of priests and become the sword in the hands of priests." Ha ha ha, welcome to join. At this moment, Kyle suddenly stood up and reached out to Ajin with a loud smile. If Kebi is included, this is his sixth tool man. He is looking forward to the wonderful performance of this ghost man. Ajin, who lowered his head, felt inexplicably excited when he saw the palm in front of him. Is this the palm that swung that punch? Ajin raised her body in panic, and then solemnly held Kyle's hand in the following way. At the same time, Kyle is also in his mind the character card that can never be killed after the Peach Land is opened in the midpoint. He grinned at Ajin. Then Ajin, as usual, I will give him a special gift for every partner who boards the boat. It's better to choose a day than to meet the day. I'm here and give this gift to you. Gift. Ajin was stunned. He was about to be polite and let Kyle not spend so much money. But before he could finish his words, a mysterious force came upon him magically. In an instant, Ajin felt that something different suddenly appeared in his memory. Chakra Ninjutsu Water Escape Sword Technique. A large number of powers and techniques that do not exist in this world were instantly mastered by Ajin, as if he had learned and experienced it personally. And at the same time, Kyle also checked Ajin's partner interface in his mind. Open black lens bracket partner. Ajin, if you won't kill the Peach Land again, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket qualification, be close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket level, 1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket experience, 0-100 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket combat power, 30 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket total qualification, 300 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket strength qualification, 90 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket physical qualification, 80 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket agile qualification, 70 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket mental qualification, 60 close black lens bracket. Chapter 65 The Pirate is Here. 4K. Is it a physical ninja with a total qualification of 300? After reading Ajin's attribute panel, Kyle's thoughts flashed. High strength and high body, low spirit. As soon as this talent data appears, it indicates that Ajin's future combat style must be the front row warriors supplemented by ninjutsu and physical skills. Fortunately, chakra is not spiritual power, and its dependence on mental power is relatively less. In the Naruto world, the spirit often determines the upper limit of a ninja, while the physical body determines the lower limit of a ninja. Even if your mental strength is weaker, it does not mean that the amount of chakra will be scarce. Turning off the system in his mind, Kyle raised his head and looked at the new ghost agent who had already loaded the character template. Oh no, maybe it is more appropriate to call it the ghost warrior a Jin. At this moment, this ghost warrior who had just never seen any storms and waves was showing a shocked look and looking at his hands in disbelief. Kyle smiled. How? Do you still like this gift? Gift. A Jin was stunned suddenly, then quickly raised his head, his eyes tremblingly facing Kyle's gaze. This Lord Kylie. Ajin trembled his hands, feeling the sudden extra energy in his body, so shocked that he didn't know what to say, and stuttered for a long time. But at this moment, Kyle showed another kind smile and said, "Don't be nervous, your gifts are far more than these." While speaking, Kyle stretched out his palm and a ripple suddenly appeared in the calm space. Next second. Like magic, a huge machete appeared in Kyle's hand instantly. Open black lens bracket broken sword beheading sword close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket category, weapons close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket level, B close black lens bracket. Introduction. It can absorb the enemy's blood and use a small amount of energy in the blood to replenish the user's physical strength. After the blade is damaged, the material elements in the enemy's blood can be used to automatically repair the blade, so it is regarded as a big knife that will never break. Close black lens bracket. This big knife is a weapon and equipment drawn on the same day as the character card that will never be killed. Although there are no equipment restrictions, Ajin's weapon that he is good at is not a long sword. But Kyle decided to return the beheaded sword to the original owner and hand it over to Ajin for use. I believe that in the character template that I can't kill again, I should record the skills of using this giant big sword. Come on, try your new weapon. Kyle smiled and handed the beheading sword in his hand to Ajin. Wait, Lord Kyle. Looking at the exaggerated beheading sword in front of him, Ajin's eyes straightened up. Even if he didn't understand any sword skills, he could feel the extraordinariness of this weapon from the heavy sword of the beheading sword. Ajin subconsciously wanted to wave his hand to refuse, worried that the sword would be wasted in his hands. But Kyle didn't say anything and handed the beheading sword directly into Ajin's hands. In an instant, an indescribable sense of affinity suddenly surged into Ajin's heart. It was as if this big knife had become a part of his body, and he instantly realized how to apply this characteristic knife to the battle. All of this, in addition to the fact that there are skills in using the beheading sword in the memory of the character card inheritance, more importantly. Just as Kyle handed over the big sword, Kyle also equipped this B-level weapon on Ajin in the system. Taking advantage of Ajin's moment of amazement, he glanced at Ajin's attribute panel in his mind again. His original total qualification of 300 also became 340 at this moment. 20 points were added to strength and physical strength. In the system, the increase in qualifications of weapons of different levels is actually not much different. There is only 10 points in the gap between each level. What can truly divide the weapon level is the most essential power hidden in the weapon. For example, the decapitation sword and the Zanpakura. What they have in common is that they can carry special forces in their partner's bodies, such as chakra, spiritual power or other energy. And their difference is that the Zanpakura also has there are more advanced forms. After Dasuki awakens, Zanpakura will also have two combat forms, Shijiya and Bankai. So the Zanpakura, which is currently only a flat knife, has been systematically rated as A level, while the decapitation sword with a little special ability is B level. As the total qualification of 340. It's okay to see it. Seeing Ajin gradually recovering from his shock, Kyle tapped the table and summoned the little Tiga, who was everywhere in the Tiga. After briefly explaining to Ajin, he directly asked Shout Tiga to take Ajin to the cultivation room. As Kyle's tool number 6, I don't have much time to waste for Ajin today. It was already 12 o'clock noon, and there were less than 12 hours left before today's end. There are only 12 hours of cultivation in a day, which wastes an hour, but only 200 points of experience. For Kyle, every little experience his partner gains is the blood dripping from his heart. It was not until Kyle watched little Tiga lead Agent into the training room that he smiled with relief and muttered in his heart. "Come on, comrades. With your unremitting efforts, I will sooner or later become the strongest in the world." After silently cheering up for his friends, Kyle walked towards the prison where Bucky was imprisoned with leisurely steps. After all, he is not a successful capitalist. As the captain of this ship, it is not the time for him to rest assured to bask in the sun and sleep on the deck. Because there are some things that only he can do. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. The sky is clear, and the golden sunshine emits a pleasant warmth, illuminating the whole world. Such a wonderful weather is like Kyle's mood at this time. In 3 days, he borrowed the God-level buff that was quickly recovered by the captain's room and used an alternative, infinite, monthly reading for Bucky. Finally, this morning, he successfully brainwashed the One Piece crew member and the future new, 4 emperors, into a crazy believer of Nami. To be honest. In fact, when Kyle saw Bucky kneeling in front of the statue of Nami, he even felt a strong sense of guilt in his heart. Because only he knew best that in these 3 days, Bucky finally gave up and was brainwashed. Don't look at the real world, just 3 days have passed. But in the spiritual world of monthly reading, affected by the intensity of mental power between Kyle and Bucky, every time Kyle opens monthly reading skills, it is equivalent to torture Bucky for several days. During these 3 days, Kyle tortures Bucky as soon as he has the energy. Even himself couldn't remember how long it had been tortured by Bucky in the Yudu space. However, even so, Kyle had to sigh. The great master Bucky deserves to be the name of the opposite one that can be the existence of day, earth, and day. Even after being brainwashed by Yudu, he still has distinct personal characteristics, and he doesn't feel like he's a different person like Click. Bucky now has not changed much from before. The only change is that if he doesn't pray to the storm witch Nami every day, he will feel uncomfortable. Next to Tiga. A small spare sailboat slowly descended into the sea. Click, carrying the weak Bucky on his back, sat in a small boat that could only sit down by 3 or 4 people, slowly sailing towards the direction of Kokoksi village. Nowadays, the 2 big pirates in the East China Sea have been brainwashed, and it is time to let them enter the propulsion city to fulfill Kyle's ambition to collect world intelligence. In order to prevent Bucky from running away alone in her own personality, Kyle also asked Kirby to make a box containing seawater and then put Bucky in both feet. In this way, Bucky, who was extremely weak, could only let Click carry him on his back and surrender himself. As for why I want to go to Kekia West Village. That's because, after learning about what happened in the Kokoyashi village, Smog, who was pursuing the pirates, directly led the fleet and stationed there to help the residents in the sea area return to normal life. By the way, he also wanted to see what the Storm Witch Church, formed by Nukigao, would become. Hope. By the time Klish arrived at the Kokoa West village, Bucky's feet were not soaked in the sea. The city missionary plan has come to an end. Inside the captain's room, Kyle happily put a square root on his small notebook. Immediately he turned over a page, looked at his customized East China Sea plan, and started to think. There is currently no plan to be implemented in the East China Sea. One is to cooperate with the Kia Chamber of Commerce to form a formal underground weapons merchant. The other is to find some time to grab a few factories that make weapons. After everything is arranged, the pirates at dusk should enter the Great Root and officially emerge into the world. Kyle smiled, satisfied with the plan he had made. In fact, according to the normal process, they should have first grabbed a few factories that can make weapons, and then went to the Chamber of Commerce to negotiate cooperation after having a stable source of goods. However, considering that Chloe of the Kia family is likely to be the fitter of the Black Deacon character card, Kyle still decides I decided to go to Zailuobu village first to find out. After all, 1 day ahead of time is just 2,400 points in advance. Equivalent to 2.4 experience books. That's 10 million Baileys, and it's possible to draw 2D level props. If you don't practice for a day, you will lose more than 10 million Bailey. Time is money, and it is fully expressed in Kyle. How many weapons does he have to sell to earn so much Bailey? Certainly. The premise of all this is that Chloe is willing to join his pirate group and be able to match the character card. Kyle was not worried about the previous point. After all, Chloe, who has already developed a retirement heart, should not be tortured by Yudu space like Bucky, and he will not let go of his obsession. The small East China Sea cannot carry so many special talents. As for the latter point, Kyle feels that it should be very few that can meet the characteristics of Deacon, Demon, Elegance, etc. At the same time, even if you look at the whole world, if even Chloe can't fit, he can only hide this character card temporarily. On the vast ocean, the Tiga sailed through the wind and waves and sped rapidly. The sea water in front rolled toward both sides under the impact of the hull. When he saw it, he thought that the hull had broken away from the sea. Another 10-day voyage passed. Kyle and the others are finally about to arrive at the destination of this trip, Silabu Village. Xiluobu Village is an inconspicuous small village in the East China Sea. The island where this village is located is a small island smaller than that of Will. If it weren't for the Kia family who settled here, life here might have been much harder than Will's town. Because the villagers had almost no need to go to sea, there was only one decent port in the entire island, guarded by several security personnel from the Kia family with guns. The other places that can be reached on the island are called ports, but in fact they are small beaches with a not too high terrain. At this time, it was on such a small beach that a boy with a strange nose as if he was lying Pinocchio was withdrawing his monocular telescope in shock, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Next to the long-nosed boy, there were 3 little ghosts who had just reached the thighs. The 3 little ghosts have their own characteristics, with onion heads, radish heads and green pepper heads, which are also considered an alternative, 3 fresh brothers. And this long-nosed boy is naturally the desperate Usopp who will be rewarded with a reward of 500 million Bailey in the New World in the future and has the reputation of God. Of course, compared to him who has experienced strong storms in the future, Usopp is now just a little brat who likes to talk big and takes 3 children to play pirates and drink every family. Onion heads surrounded by Usopp were the first to notice Usopp's shocked expression. He pushed his dazed round-edged glasses and asked curiously, "Captain Usopp, what have you seen? Why did your face suddenly become so bad?" Pirate Usopp, with a frightened expression, subconsciously took a step back, muttering with trembling lips. Click. The monocular telescope made by him suddenly fell to the ground, making a crisp sound, pulling him out of his fear. Usopp's expression was very shocked, and he instantly reacted and shouted to the 3 little ghosts in panic. "The big thing is wrong. There are pirates. There are pirates coming to Shirobu village." As if he roared out the fear in his heart, Usopp's consciousness finally returned to his senses. He quickly pulled the 3 little ones, then pushed them hard and said, "Hurry, come back to the village with me. There are pirates who are going to land on the island. Let everyone go and flee." While speaking, Usopp ran rapidly and stumbled towards the village. "The pirate is here." The 3 little ones heard Usopp's words and looked at each other. At first, they thought it was Usopp who was making them happy and lying to them. But the smart onion head picked up Usopp's monocular lens at the first time and looked in the direction Usopp was looking just now. Immediately, his face instantly became as panicked as Usopp. Because in the not-so-clear picture of the telescope, an unimaginable warship was flying above the sea and rushing towards them. And above the huge battleship, a black flag with a skeleton was flying. Pirates! It's really the pirates coming. Onion Head was excited, and he quickly threw down the telescope, then pulled up the 2 little ghosts beside him, chased Usopp's figure and ran over. It was noon. In the calm Silabu village, the villagers lived a daily and peaceful life as usual. But at this moment, a roar that seemed to have been torn through his throat, like a sharp sword, suddenly broke the peace in the small village. "It's a big deal. A pirate has landed on the island. Everyone, run away quickly. Escape quickly. Usopp screamed in surprise while beating the broken gong that he picked up from somewhere. Chapter 66 The author is burning tilde. Pirate. The busy villagers heard the noise created by Usopp and stopped their work and looked in the direction where the sound came. But the next second. But everyone spat out a light spit of disdain. Bah, this guy doesn't know what crazy he is going crazy today. He just made a fuss in the morning and actually came to make a fuss again. An ant beat the bucket waste with a soreness and then continued to work. A rough man next to him also echoed perfunctorily. That's it. A similar scene was staged at the same time in every corner of the village. Thanks to Usopp's usual, good reputation, every time he says 10 words, the villagers may selectively believe one of the words. Usopp, who had been shouting in the village for most of the day, saw that no one in the village believed him. A look of despair immediately appeared on his face. How could this happen? Usopp clenched his fists, not knowing what to do. Suddenly, he thought of something, and a light flashed in his eyes. By the way, and Kia. If Kia can make him believe in himself and thus let the villagers run away. Usopp was quick to learn, but when he remembered the bizarre speed of the huge warship on the sea, he didn't know if it could be done. Moreover, such a huge warship, the pirates carried above will never be a fuel-efficient light. But no matter what, this is the last solution he can think of at present. Thinking of this, Usopp immediately set off and ran towards the manor outside Silab village. Inside the villa of the suburban manor, Kia, who was delicate, lay on the bed and looked up at the window. Through the clean glass, a breeze blew gently, rustling the leaves outside the window. The weather today is really good. Kia showed a quiet smile. At this moment, a few gravels suddenly hit the edge of the window frame, making a clear sound. Kia's face was happy. When she heard the familiar secret code, she quickly got up, trotted to the window, and pushed open the window. Usopp. Kia looked up happily towards the dense tree trunk, but she happened to meet a frown face. Usopp. Kia was stunned for a moment. This was the first time she had seen Usopp without a smile on her face. It's not good, Kia. Usopp, anxious, didn't care about taking care of Kia's emotions, went straight to the point and shouted. There are pirates coming. They are about to land on the island. What did you say? Kia's pupils trembled suddenly. As one of the few people in the entire Silab village who believed in Usopp, she had almost no hesitation and immediately panicked. Fortunately, on the way here, Usopp had already figured out what to do. Don't panic first, Kia, listen to me. Usopp said seriously, the pirates come from the south, and they should be delaying some time when they log in. Now, hurry up and find your housekeeper and bodyguard and ask them to take you to leave Shirobu village by boat from the port in the north. Come back when the limelight here passes. After the pirate lands, he will definitely first inquire about the location of the rich people in Shirobu village. The most dangerous place now is actually the manor of Kia family. By the way, Usopp added, I have to ask Kia, you can call a housekeeper who everyone in the village knows, and let me know the villagers about the pirates. Ah, Kia nodded and agreed with some confusion. I see. The situation was urgent, and Ya didn't care about her weak body and quickly acted according to Usopp's instructions. In just a few minutes, a man in a black suit and gentle glasses walked out. The person who came is the current housekeeper of the Kia family, and he is also the person he trusts the most. The big pirate who was once popular in the East China Sea, Black Cat Klo. Of course, in order to conceal his identity as much as possible, he now uses a pseudonym called Krabatel. Klo came to Usopp and frowned instantly after seeing his iconic long nose. It's you. Although Klo and Usopp did not know each other, he often went to Silab village to buy groceries and had more or less heard of Usopp's rumors. In an instant, a look of suspicion immediately appeared in Klo's eyes, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He can't afford to bet. Seeing that he had been lying on firewood and tasting gall for many years, he was about to gain the trust of the Kia family and even the Chamber of Commerce, and he was about to complete the final plan. If he was disturbed by the pirates who suddenly appeared at this time, he would be in tears. Thinking of this, a boiling murderous aura suddenly erupted from Kron's black pupils hidden behind the lens. He looked at Usopp's back and his heart began to feel alive. It is impossible for him to really let the pirates find the manor of Kia's family. After all, that's his belongings, how could he be swept away by the pirates now? So if a pirate really finds the location of the manor, he didn't mind taking the risk and killing all the pirates. By the way, I also killed the little devil in front of me. At that time, I will say that the pirate was attracted by this little devil. Anyway, I heard that this little devil's father is a pirate himself. Everything is reasonable. Even if it will be disclosed over time, it will be his business after he sees the property of Kia family. With a moment of thought, Klo made a decision instantly. Now, he still has to go to Zailuobu village with the little devil in front of him to evacuate the villagers as much as possible. After all, the fewer witnesses, the more convenient it will be for him to do things. Soon, Klo and Usopp came to Silab village. This time, with Chloe as his endorsement, the villagers finally believed in the fact that there were pirates, and they became panicked in an instant and began to pack up their belongings and prepare to evacuate. And at the same time, the Tiga, which came from afar, slowly docked on the coast of the island under the control of the hurricane. 3 figures slowly walked down from the huge warship. A man with hands in his pockets, a quiet and elegant female swordsman, and a strong man holding a huge blood axe. The 3 people who landed on the island were Kyle, as well as Dashi and Monka who followed him. Because Klo's strength is nothing to everyone in the Twilight Pirates, Kyle did not mobilize others. With Daski, I wanted to borrow her easily convincing temperament to negotiate cooperation with the Kia family. With Monka, I also wanted to make a break with him and Klo. However, just as Kyle took the first step to landing on the island, a stone that emerged from somewhere suddenly shot out. Then he hit Kyle very far away. "Don't move." A tender voice suddenly rang out. Immediately afterwards, a child's roar came from another direction. "You are about to enter the territory of the Usopp pirates. If you don't want to die, leave here quickly." Chapter 67, Enemies are jealous when they meet. Oh roar tilde. Usopp pirates. Looking at the shallow sand pit beside him, a playful look flashed in Kyle's eyes. He deliberately lowered his voice and shouted in a deep voice in the direction of the bushes. "This is a declaration of war, right? Since you have already attacked, you will have to bet on your life to fight. Daski, draw your sword." "As for orders, Captain." Daski, who was standing beside Kyle, smiled. She had already practiced the domineering attitude of seeing and hearing, and had long felt the figures of the 3 little ghosts hiding behind the bushes. The snow-white Zanpo blade slowly unsheathed. In an instant, with Dashi as the center, the entire coast suddenly felt a huge wind pressure. The hurricane transformed from spiritual power, blew the bushes and rustled, and large leaves flew back like small knives. "Ah! It hurts so much." 3 short figures popped up in the bushes in an instant. It was Usopp's 3 capable players. Under Daski's spiritual pressure, the 3 little ones even lost their instinct to escape and sat on the ground in horror, unable to stand up. Kyle took a step and suddenly took out a rope from his backpack that he had pulled at some point, showing a bad smile on his face. He likes scaring children the most. "Interesting. So you are the Usopp pirates, right? Your captain defeated our 50 warships of the Twilight Pirates alone last time. Today, let's use your lives as compensation." "Ah, no." Although the 3 fresh brothers didn't know when the bragging captain was so awesome, they still hugged each other in horror and screamed. But Kyle ignored it and tied the 3 little ghosts together in a few seconds, and then handed them to Monka's hand. "It seems that our arrival has been discovered, Captain." Monka took the rope casually, as if looking at something, and took the 3 little ones to himself and looked at it. Daski pushed his glasses. "I hope it will not have much impact on the villagers of Silabu village." "It's probably unlikely." Kyle glanced at the 3 little ones who were so scared that they couldn't speak, and chuckled. "Only 3 little ones are here, but Usopp is not here." Although it is not ruled out that Usopp does not know what he is waiting for, the greater possibility is Usopp has returned to the village and is shouting loudly, "The pirate is here." After a moment. In the village of Silab, only Chloe and Usopp who came to inform the news were still here. "Hey Krabatel, the pirates are coming soon. Aren't you running yet?" At the entrance of Silab village, Usopp trembled his legs and waved his whole body, turning his head to look at Chloe, who was calm next to him. Although he didn't know why the butler of the Kia family did not evacuate with the villagers, he insisted on bringing himself in waiting for the pirates to arrive. But for the sake of face, he still chose to stay. Soon, 3 strange figures appeared in Usopp's sight. The first ones came were a handsome couple, handsome and casual, and solemn and quiet. The 2 talked and laughed. If it weren't for the fact that behind them, there was a burly man with a burly body, a giant arm replaced by a blood-colored axe, and the 3 little guys hanging behind the rash man. Usopp may really mistakenly think that they are relationships like couples who are traveling. Here you come. Even though every cell in Usopp's body was sending him a runaway instructions, but he finally did not choose to escape. But when Kyle and others approached, his expression instantly became extremely tragic. Kaylee. As the most powerful pirate in the East China Sea, Kyle's appearance is well known not only in the East China Sea, but also in the household. In an instant, a chill rushed into Usopp's brain. Even Chloe beside him showed a shocked and entangled look at this time. Damn it! How could it be this guy? Chloe, who originally planned to intercept the pirates here, his head buzzed instantly. As one of the few intelligent talents in the pirate world, Chloe is not as arrogant as pirates such as Cliff and thinks he is the best in the world. And it is precisely because he realizes his shortcomings in advance and knows where his limits are that he has the idea of retirement. So the moment he saw Kyle, Chloe unconsciously took a step back. Although he couldn't get what he wanted after years of sleeping on firewood and tasting gall, it was indeed difficult for him to accept. But that's better than losing your life. His eyes turned and he was about to retreat immediately. But at this moment, the Kyle and the other 2 who came from a distance suddenly walked quickly in the direction they were as if they had discovered some target. A bad premonition suddenly surged into Chloe's heart. Before he could react, Kyle and the other 2 had already walked quickly to him. Interesting. I didn't expect to meet you here, Captain Chloe. Chloe. What the hell? Why knows his identity? Chloe was shocked. This gentleman, have we met? Crow asked deceivingly as if he hadn't heard Kyle's words. Kyle smiled slightly, we have never met before. However, one of my subordinates seems to have a deep connection with you. Monka. Kyle shouted, and Monka, behind him, suddenly threw the 3 little ones gently on the ground, then shook the blood-colored giant axe and stepped in front of Chloe. Chloe, you probably haven't forgotten me yet. Monka grinned and smiled at Chloe with a cunning laugh. Who are you? Chloe's eyes trembled. Although 2 years have passed, he has not forgotten Monka's appearance. Exposed. A thought suddenly rose in Chloe's mind. It's better to start first. Almost instantly, Chloe directly activated his unique skill of fame, the silent step. His figure quickly disappeared from the spot and turned into a blurry glimpse to appear beside Monka. A sharp dagger pulled out from somewhere and stabbed Monka's neck. Poochie. Red blood gushed out, followed by a pungent smell of blood. Success. Chloe sneered. But suddenly, a pair of scarlet and weird eyes suddenly appeared in his sight. At the same time, the howling sound of breaking through the air came in his ears. Not good. Chloe instantly lowered his body and retreated backward with the help of his body's inertia. The next moment, the axe blade emitting red light suddenly slashed at where he was just now. Oh, have you avoided it? Monka, who was still emitting blood, turned around, revealing a crazy smiling face. This scene is simply comparable to a famous scene in a bloody film. It is said that when enemies meet, they are particularly jealous. But Monka was so jealous at this time, it was indeed a bit too much. The broken skin slowly healed, and soon squeezed the dagger out of his body, fell to the ground, making a clang sound. This sound seemed to press the strange stop button. In an instant, The whole world became quiet. Chapter 68 6 Staff Light Prison. Monster. Although the timid Usopp had not figured out what was going on, seeing such a terrifying scene in front of him, his little heart jumped up instantly. Usopp's 3 little brothers were so scared that they fell into a coma. Hey Monka, you scared the kid. Kyle pointed to the 3 little ones who had already started foaming at the mouth. Considering that they would cooperate with Kia and the others in the future, it would be better not to do anything. After Kyle's reminder, Monka's expression, which had originally exposed its sharp mouth and fangs, paused suddenly. Then he put away his crazy face and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Sorry, Captain Kyle. I finally saw this guy Chloe, and I was a little overly excited. Kyle nodded. Well, I know. But it's better to fight quickly. After all, it is the culprit that caused the major changes in Monka's life, and it is understandable that it is more violent. Received, Captain Kyle. A hezzy tentacle suddenly popped up behind Monka, waving in the air. On his hand axe, strange substances like capillaries suddenly expanded and grew rapidly. Soon, a huge flesh and blood axe with an astonishing size came to the world. The shape of the giant axe is even larger than Monka's whole person. It seems to be the shape of an axe, but in fact it is more like a thick shield, firmly blocking Monka's body. On the terrifying axe surface, blood flashed from time to time, as if it was alive, constantly breathing and beating. This is the product created by Kyle's previous draw of Cook after the combination of the black box and Monka. The Cook black box produced by the system has the function of combining host characteristics to generate a perfect match for the Kuyink weapon. There is no doubt that the strange flesh and blooded axe in front of you is the best weapon for Monka. After being equipped with B-level weapons, Monka's total qualification has also changed from 270 to 310 now. In addition to his level 43, his strength has reached the level of a bounty pirate of billions. It is the kind of powerful player who is qualified to be rated as a supernova after entering the Great Root. Ha! Monka exhaled a scarlet aura, his eyes were filled with fierce light, and he laughed at Crow. Come on, Captain Crow. It's time to break the debt you created on me before. Boom. A sudden whine sounded from the ground. Monka, who was wielding a huge axe blade, stepped on a cracked pit on the ground, and rushed straight towards Chloe. What a joke. A look of fear suddenly flashed behind the clean lenses. Before Chloe had time to think, he subconsciously launched a silent step. Pung. After a loud bang, the earth and mountains shook, and the earth and rocks splashed. The huge axe blade cut out a huge gully at the entrance of Shirobu village. The violent impact was like a hurricane, surging towards both sides of the giant axe. Amid the impact fluctuations, an embarrassed black figure rolled on the ground for more than 10 consecutive times before jumping up and stabilizing his body. I can't beat it. I can't beat it. There is no need to confront each other head-on. Just looking at the terrifying phenomenon caused by Monka's casual blow, Chloe knew that he would not be Monka's opponent at all. Escape. You must run away immediately. Almost in a moment, Chloe had made up his mind. Compared with your own life, it doesn't seem very important to sleep on firewood and eat gall after a few years. With a whoosh. Taking advantage of Monka's time to pull the giant axe out of the ground, Chloe launched a silent step again. Although he was unable to control this move well in the battle. But if it is just used for straight-line escape, he can barely use silent steps several times in a row. The ships used by villagers to escape should not have all been driven away. If he had a fast speed, he could have snatched a sailboat. After he arrived at the sea, it would be difficult for Monka to find him again. Everything seems complicated, but it all happens in a moment. When Chloe turned around and ran away without hesitation, even Kyle, who was watching the game next to him, was stunned for a moment. This guy, his lips opened slightly, and in the end he didn't know what to say, he sighed inexplicably. You just run away. You really don't look like a pirate at all. You really have lost your dream. Dasky, don't let him run away. At least it's worth a devil fruit. Clear. Dasky, who was on standby, nodded and then stepped on her feet instantly. With the same whoosh, the figure instantly flew out and chased Chloe, who was running away. Compared with Chloe's silent steps, Dasky, who has been systematically trained and has a high-strength physical foundation, has undoubtedly a better mastery of shaving. In a blink of an eye, Dasky had already arrived at Chloe. There was not much expression on the girl Wenjing's face, but her speed and the spiritual pressure condensed on her body were enough to shock Chloe. How is that possible? He was shocked, as if he was caught by the victim on the spot during an affair, and his face immediately showed a look of surprise. But at this moment, Dasky had already come to him and pointed at the direction where he was. The 61-6 staff, light cage. Swish, 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 swish. The moment he finished speaking, 6 golden light rods suddenly appeared around Chloe, and then penetrated into his joints at a speed that Chloe could not react. Bang 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 bang. The straight light rods intertwined each other, forming a perfect light prison, holding Chloe tightly in place and unable to move at all. Dasky patted his hands gently and blew a breath to his fingertips without any smoke. Done. Damn it, what is this? Chloe, who was controlled by the Link C light staff, twisted his body vigorously. But in the face of the gap in absolute power, he could not even break free from the light rod of the 6 staff light prison. Even if this is just a ghost story that Dasky didn't need to sing and sing. At this time, Kyle and Monka also walked slowly from not far away. Kyle had a smile on his face, but Monka looked ashamed. It was supposed to be an opportunity for him to show his strength, but unexpectedly he would have such an embarrassing scene. Looking at Chloe, who was already firmly fixed, even if he asked him to beat him up, he would not be in that state. The Hezi armed forces on him also slowly disappeared with the desire to fight, and returned to the normal state of humanity. Who are you? What's the purpose of coming here? Seeing Kyle coming over, Chloe, who already knew that he was not a match for these guys, also chose to give up resisting. He is not an idiot, nor is he a pirate who only knows how to fight and kill. Both the strength and means of the other party are far beyond his imagination. If he wants to kill him, he will not have any chance to resist. Kyle came to Chloe, with a faint smile on his lips. Strange, I thought you should know us well. We are the pirates in the dusk. As for the purpose. Kyle's eyes fluttered slightly. Looking at the interface shown in the system with fitness equals 85%, he immediately showed a smile and reached out to Chloe. It may be a bit complicated overall. But come and join my pirate group, Chloe. Chapter 69 Kia, let's talk. Huh. Chloe was suddenly stunned, showing a suspicious look, and a little doubting his ears. He looked at Monka, who had just cut a deep pit on the ground, and then looked at Dashi, who easily caught up with his speed and used magical magic. Chloe couldn't understand why such a group of powerful men like monsters invited him. For why? Chloe raised his head and looked at Kyle with a faint look, but found that the other party was also looking at him. For some reason, at this moment, he actually felt a wonderful feeling, as if he was in the window waiting for the goods selected by the customer. The guest standing in front of him showed a satisfied expression with his product, as if he was about to take him home. What did these guys want to do? Chloe was full of doubts. But Kyle smiled. Why? Where are there so many whys in the world? He showed a kind look. You just need to know that my crew member Monka has a grudge against you. If you can't be ours, then we can only make you dead. How? Are you satisfied with this answer? If it were someone else, Kyle might have compiled a piece of it and said something like lies that you are talented. But for Chloe, he was still the one who was caught by them, and there was no need for him to waste that verbal. Anyway, even if he said it, with Chloe's IQ, he would definitely not believe his own nonsense. Gudong. Under Kyle's honest words, Chloe suddenly burst into cold sweat and shivered under the hot sunshine. Yes, he seemed there was no choice. After hesitating for a moment, Chloe, who knew the reality, slowly nodded, his eyes flashed, and he said with a chance. I understand. If you don't dislike me, I'm willing to follow you. In an instant. The Black Beacon character card located in Kyle's system, which was originally gray and white, suddenly lit up at this moment, showing a loadable state. Kyle instantly realized that Chloe had joined his pirate group sincerely. He curled his lips upwards and reached out to pat Chloe on the shoulder. Ha ha ha, don't worry. You won't regret this decision today. Kyle gave Dasky another look and gestured for a moment. She immediately realized and waved her hand to disperse the 6-staff light prison that trapped Crow. At the same time, it also established the identity of the tool man of Chloe number 7. However, considering that there are still many things in a while, Kyle did not directly load the character template for Chloe here. He turned slowly, turned his gaze to Usopp, who was staying with the 3 unconscious little ones. A stream of light flashed deep in his eyes. Although Usopp, like Nami and Zoro, are important roles that are highly expected by the fate of the world, Kyle has no intention of pulling him to the pirates in the dusk. It is different from Kebi's popular appearance and fighting style. Even if Usopp has a rare special talent for domineering experience and domineeringness, he has the world's top sniper ability. But his image and fighting style are too strange. Kyle really couldn't imagine what kind of character he could fit with. If you cannot become a tool person, you will not be qualified to be on the Tiga. This is the hidden rule set by Kyle for the Twilight Pirates. However, not allowing Usopp to board the ship does not mean that he has no value for use. You must know. Usopp's father, Jesus Bu, is one of the veteran cadres of the 4 Emperor's red-haired pirates. This relationship between Usopp and his father may be able to become a bridge of communication between him and the 4 Emperor's pirates. The opportunity to talk to the 4 Emperor's pirates should be quite rare for the Navy, right? Kyle thought in his heart. Certainly. In addition to this hidden value, Usopp actually values his ability to make weapons and ammunition more. Recalling Usopp's journey through the plot, from the initial lead bullet and pepper noodles to the flamingo star that ran through the world government's flag, and the seeds of magical plants that could grow rapidly in the later stage. Usopp's craft of making ammunition is not only the world's top craft, but it is definitely far beyond the level of an ordinary master. After you have a weapon manufacturing factory, you can consider arranging a position like a factory manager for Usopp. I believe that he, who loves bragging, will never miss such a good opportunity to show off and work hard to shine in his post. Thoughts flashed, and under Usopp's terrified gaze, Kyle stepping to him. You are Captain Usopp in their mouths, right? He smiled slightly and reached out his hand. I'll get to know, I'm the captain of the Twilight Pirates, Kyle. Scared. Seeing Kyle's action, Usopp's face turned pale and he took a few steps back with his trembling body. You don't come over. Although everything happened too suddenly, he had not figured out what was going on. This did not affect Usopp's fear of Kyle at all. He shouted in panic. To him, Usopp, a pirate with 80 million subordinates. Even if you are the big pirate Kyle, I won't take you seriously. Forehead. Kyle's face froze when he reached out to the void, looking at Usopp who was playing tricks. He was inexplicably embarrassed. Never mind. He is familiar with Usopp's personality and knows that he has just seen such a scene. It would probably cost a lot of verbal remarks to communicate with him normally. Kyle gave up communicating with Usopp, looked at Chloe again, and said. Chloe, take us to the manor of Kia's family first. Manor. Hearing the word, Kia, a look of surprise flashed in Chloe's eyes again. Immediately he realized it instantly. It turns out that my new owner also came for the assets of the Kia family. Damn it. I am really unlucky and have suffered an unintentional disaster. After lamenting in his heart, Chloe soon brought his new identity into his new identity, like a perfect butler, explaining to Kyle. Mr. Kyle, if you want to find Kia's family, you may need to wait a moment. Because Usopp had discovered the arrival of several adults before, the Kia family and the villagers of Silib village had already fled the island by boat at the northern port. If adults want to find Kia's family, I can contact them with the phone bug and tell them that the danger has been lifted and let them come back with peace of mind. Yeah, Kyle nodded, not feeling strange, just do what you said. Wait, what do you want to do to Kia? At this time, Usopp, who was standing beside him, heard the conversation between Kyle and Chloe and immediately shouted with concern. At the same time, he also raised his slingshot and aimed at Kyle and others. Isn't it good? You dare to draw your weapons from us. Kyle praised with admiration. But as soon as his voice fell, a giant axe had already slapped hard along Usopp's nose. Tisk tisk tilde. Looking at Monka, who withdrew his hand axe, Kyle shook his head gently and sighed, "It's a pity that you used the wrong courage. Monka, tie this guy up and those 3 little ghosts and take them over together." "As for orders, Captain." A few hours later. Inside the manor of Kia's family. Under the cover of a group of bodyguards, Kia and his group carefully returned to the familiar manor. Looking at the manor without any change, everyone immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Mei Li, a housekeeper with a sheep head and suspected to have a fur gene, slowly pushed open the door of the villa, looked through the crack in the door and let out a sigh of relief. "It's okay. It seems that the pirates did not find the manor here. Krabatel, are you inside? We're back." Squeak. While speaking, the door of the villa was slowly pushed open by Mei Li. But the next second, Kia, who was standing at the door, and all the members of Kia's family were stunned in an instant. As the door opened, the bright sunlight shone into the dim living room. In an instant, everything in the living room appeared completely in everyone's sight. On the sofa in the hall, a handsome boy facing them was relaxed and comfortable, crossing his legs toward them. Next to the boy was a girl with glasses in her arms, and a reckless man who didn't look like a good person. And their trusted housekeeper Mr. Krabatel was gracefully brewing black tea for the 3 present. In this scene, it was like some amazing guest coming to Kia's house, and Mr. Butler was warmly entertaining him. If it weren't for Usopp and the 3 little guys who were lying on the carpet, constantly struggling and shaking their heads, and signaling them to run quickly, Kaya and the others would have thought so. "Oh Miss Kia, don't stand at the door, please come in quickly." Seeing that the door was opened, Kyle immediately smiled and put down the black tea in his hand, greeting Kia and others outside the door. Kia. Chapter 72. A Master. This what's going on? Looking at the strange scene in front of him, Kaya became panicked in an instant. She first looked at her trusted butler Krabatel, but what she could get was an extremely cold and strange face. Regardless of whether Clow was voluntary or not. Since he has decided to join the Twilight Pirates and become a pirate again, he naturally has no need to continue to act. In the past 2 years, he has long had enough to take care of this sick and wealthy girl. I think he was a great pirate in the East China Sea, but he was able to gain the trust of the Kia family in 2 years. It can be seen how outrageous his efforts over the past 2 years have been. It's a pity that so far, all of this has been gone. At this time, a bodyguard who realized something was wrong also walked quickly to Usopp and took off the blockage from Usopp's mouth. Usopp, who regained his freedom of speaking, immediately shouted to Kia heart-wrenchingly. "Kia, escape. They are pirates. They are all pirates. Your housekeeper is in the same group as the pirates." During the period when he was tied up, Usopp had already sorted out the whole story. Although he lives in this small village, his understanding of the outside world is far greater than that of ordinary villagers. Black Cat Clo. The East China Sea pirates arrested by the Navy 2 years ago. In the past, he might not have remembered such a guy whose reward order had been revoked. But in the conversation between Kyle and Clo just now, he had already recalled it all. There was a terrifying pirate hidden in Kia's home. Horrible. It's so terrible. See, pirates. Kia's eyes expanded instantly, and she raised her head in disbelief and looked at Clo, who was pouring tea for Kyle. No, impossible. This is not true. For a moment, Kaya, who was not very strong in body and mind, instantly felt that his world was collapsing. Her head sank and she suddenly leaned back. Fortunately, the sheep-headed man Mei Li was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and held her lady, then showed an angry and scared look, looking at Kyle and others sitting in the hall. At this time, Kyle, who was sitting in the C position, suddenly smiled. "Don't be so nervous, Miss Kia. Although we are pirates, we are not here to rob you. As for Clo, it's actually just a coincidence. Dasky, go and treat our Miss Kia." Kyle waved his hand and showed a kind tone. After receiving the instructions, Dasky suddenly emitted a gentle green light from his hands and shot into Kia's body. Although she could not treat the diseases in Kia's body, her gentle life energy could somewhat enhance Kia's physique, making her less likely to faint. By the way, Daisuke also reached out and threw out a spiritual light blade, cutting off the rope tied to Usopp and the three little ones. Before, it was because they thought they were too noisy that they had not loosened him. Now that Keiya has come back, they can also officially start the cooperation talks as planned. Kyle nodded, reached out to Kiya to signal to the sofa in front of him, and then began to explain. Miss Kiya, this blow may be a bit too big for you. But the fact is that your trusted butler, Krabatel, is actually a vicious pirate. In order to occupy your family's property, he has been playing the role of a housekeeper since 3 years ago. His purpose is to seize your family's property through normal legal means. Why, how is this happening? This is not true. Under the support of the sheep-headed man and the action of replying, Kiya slowly stood up again, and tears lingered in her eyes. She looked at Chloe, wanting to get a negative answer from him. She wanted Chloe to say that all this was a conspiracy of One Piece, and that he was forcing him to become like this. But what she saw was a pair of eyes full of disgust and disgust. At this moment, Daisuke, who came to Kiya, suddenly took out a reward order from her arms. The face above was exactly the same as Chloe, completely dispelling the last hope in her heart. Daisuke pursed her lips, but she didn't say anything. In the end, all these tragedies were actually caused by the lack of capabilities of the Navy and the inability to kill the pirates. She felt guilty for her former Navy. Kiya. Usopp, who was loosened, stood up and came to Kiya worriedly, but he didn't know what to say. Kyle leaned back slightly, and said with a slightly sad face. Miss Kiya, I feel deeply regretful about what happened to you. But even more regrettable, Chloe still has some value to me, so I can't bring him to justice like the Navy. He gently knocked on the coffee table in front of him and said. We are here today, mainly to talk to you about another thing. I want to cooperate with the Kiya Chamber of Commerce in the name of the Twilight Pirates. Cooperate? Why? Kiya, who was crying, raised her head and looked at Kyle in confusion, her eyes full of confusion. Why do you want to cooperate with me? Why do I want to cooperate with you? Why? Kyle's mouth showed a slightly unobvious smile. It's this boring question again. Miss Kiya, your parents really protect you so well that you never know that there are not so many reasons in this world. It is not necessary to do everything before you do it, and not everyone is born to have no worries about food and clothing like you. Bang! Kyle suddenly leaned forward, his eyes directly towards Kiya, and he whispered. Have you ever thought that you actually have no reason to reject me now? If it weren't for me with their appearance, you are still in the dark by Cloman, obediently following his plan until you achieve his ambitions. Quote. And even he can only stay by my side obediently now. Do you think I will not have the ability to control you? Kyle sighed. In other words, do you think that with such a solid family background, you really have the ability to protect this family business? To put it bluntly, if Chloe hadn't helped you manage the commerce industry in recent years, your commerce might have been disbanded long ago. How can you lie comfortably in a luxurious manner and live a life of food and clothing without worries? I don't want to shirk anything for the bad guys. Although I am a pirate, I feel very disgusted with burning, killing, plundering, etc. But that's the truth, the cruelty of the world is before you. In order to seize your home business, Chloe has taken on many heavy responsibilities for you that you cannot bear. And now, with Chloe leaving, this important task is about to return to you. Miss Kiya, have you ever thought about how to deal with the employees of the Chamber of Commerce next? Have you considered what to do for those subordinates who trust your father and mother? Kyle looked straight ahead, looking straight at Kiya. After his successive questions, Kiya became flustered in an instant. I don't know what to do. Just as Kyle said, due to physical reasons, Kiya has always been like a child living in a baby. After his parents died, Chloe soon took over everything in the Chamber of Commerce. Until today, she realized that she didn't even know where the food, clothing and food she used on weekdays came from, and she didn't know what industries her own Chamber of Commerce had. Kiya looked at Kyle in confusion. But at this moment, Kyle, who was just looking stern, suddenly had a warm smile on his face. "That's right, you don't know." He suddenly extended his hand of friendship to Kia and said gently. "So you need to make a change. Next, I will guide you on how to become a strong woman who leads the Chamber of Commerce. You will be backed by the strongest pirate group in the East China Sea to protect your Chamber of Commerce. Believe me, it won't be long before you and your Chamber of Commerce will become the most shining star in the East China Sea." Looking at the smile on Kyle's face. Although Kia didn't know what she was thinking at this time, for some reason, she felt that the man in front of her would not hurt her. After hesitating for a moment, Kia nodded gently and said softly, "I am willing to cooperate with you." Chapter 71 Black Deacon Chloe. A small and tender hand stretched out and held it with Kyle. That's all. Kia reached a cooperation with Kyle through a stranger. No cooperation is called when both sides have equal strength. Nowadays, Kia, along with her Chamber of Commerce, chose to become a vassal of Kyle. At least one thing Kyle said was that he had entered Kia's heart. That is, she has no choice now. Behind Kia, Melly and Usopp looked at each other, feeling that the development of the situation was somewhat beyond their understanding. But Kyle now has more important things to talk to Kia and has no time to care about Usopp and the other two. Next, he told Kia all about his plan to sell weapons. When he heard Kyle say that he would only sell weapons to civilians, the kind-hearted lady suddenly lit up and seemed to be more convinced that Kyle was a good person. The only thing that made her feel embarrassed was Krabatel, the butler who was originally obedient to her, has now become a flattering subordinate around Kyle. In fact, Chloe's heart is very fucked at this moment. He originally thought that Kyle wanted to force the property of the Kia family, and he, the butler of the Kia family's property, could naturally help a lot. But judging from the conversation between Kyle and Kia just now, things seem to be completely different. His new owner, Kyle, a pirate at the forefront of the East China Sea, actually said in person the words, "I hate burning, killing, plundering." This simply shattered Chloe's views. After hearing that Kyle and Kia cooperated, they actually wanted to use the power of the Kia Chamber of Commerce to sell weapons to civilians at a low price. He was sweating profusely. Something is wrong. Something wrong is that it can be 9 points. This new owner of my country, how can this TM do what he does? Compared with the pirate Kyle, the Navy in the East China Sea should jump into the sea and commit suicide. Suddenly, Chloe suddenly thought of the two people who followed Kyle. Dasky, Monka. One of the two was a female Navy who was kidnapped from Roger Town by Kyle 2 months ago. Later, for some reason, she followed Kyle and became a pirate. And Monka, that is even more of a colonel at the naval base. Although the newspaper said that he was discovered to practice tyranny and then fled for fear of his crime. But Chloe has not forgotten that 2 years ago, Monka was still a Justice Navy who hated pirates to the core. At this moment, Chloe seemed to have grasped some key point, but he dared not think or ask. He could only show his value while trying his best to help Kyle plan his future business territory while worrying about himself. It has no use value and is clicked by Kyle. After all, he is not a good person. After half a day of hard work, Kyle and Kia finally decided on the first step of the reform of the Chamber of Commerce. In fact, except for Kyle who spoke out the few trump cards he held at the beginning, Chloe was helping to plan the whole process. As for the other major participant, Kaya, she just needs to nod and say, yes, and that's fine. Although Kyle didn't have a weapon factory in his hands at this time, he directly classified several factories he learned from Klish's Industries under his name and asked Chloe to arrange them. The plan is very simple, mainly complicated in miscellaneous matters such as how to mobilize manpower and how to arrange ship operation. Fortunately, Chloe took these things alone. Based on his understanding of the Kia Chamber of Commerce, these problems are not difficult for him at all, but he may have to stay up for a few nights and lose a few hairs. In the end, the Chamber of Commerce of Kia's family was officially renamed the Stormwitch Chamber of Commerce, which was considered to be a cooperation with the Stormwitch Church, which has just started. After all, we must spread things that can easily take human life on a large scale. We must use the power of Nami's faith to screen qualified partners. It is important not to let these cheap weapons fall into the hands of some people who are interested. The current goal of the Chamber of Commerce is to first arrange all the villages with the stronghold of the Stormwitch Church in the waters where Cocoa West Village is located, and all the villages with the stronghold of the Stormwitch Church. The first business after the Chamber of Commerce reform was carried out using the materials Kyle and his friends snatched from the 16th Naval Branch Base. Soon, with Kia's signature and approval, batches of documents were sent to the Chamber of Commerce's industries in various parts of the East China Sea by the bodyguards. After 2 years, another major change has appeared in this Chamber of Commerce. But the old employees of these Chambers of Commerce will never think of. Because of this strange reform, their Chamber of Commerce soared into the sky and completely squeezed into the stage called World. Afternoon. Because today has delayed a lot of practice time for Dasky and Monka. After the matter came to an end, Kyle directly asked them to return to the practice room and continue to practice. And he also took Chloe on the Tiga and came to his captain's room. At both ends of the desk, Kyle and Chloe sat one after another. Kyle took the lead in praise. Yes, I'm very satisfied with your handling of the Chamber of Commerce. It seems that getting you to join is indeed a great idea. Thank you for your praise. Chloe quickly stood up and responded in panic. But at this moment, Kyle's tone suddenly paused. But, Gudong. Crow's throat choked and his heart kept shouting. Here comes. Are you coming? He has done almost perfectly in the planning of the Chamber of Commerce and has made records. In other words, even if he does not exist at this time, as long as he follows his plan, the Chamber of Commerce will still develop in an orderly manner. This means that his value is almost gone. Whether it is life or death depends on this time. Looking at the panicked expression on Crow's face, Kyle's mouth, who seemed to guess something, suddenly raised a little, and then he continued. But your current strength is still too weak. Since you have joined my pirate group, let me give you another good fortune. While speaking, Kyle moved his consciousness and opened his backpack directly, and chose the character card of the Black Deacon to Chloe. A dark stream of light suddenly flew out and entered Chloe's eyebrows. In an instant, Chloe seemed to fall asleep suddenly, and his eyes became hazy. But his consciousness suddenly fell into chaos. This is endless empty space. Without the concept of time and space, there is naturally no theory of matter and other things. It seemed as if it was born out of thin air. Chloe's consciousness appeared here and gained some evil power, and began to fall asleep from then on. Then, I don't know how long it took, but a sound suddenly broke the silent nothingness. Come and join my pirate group, Chloe. The figure of a man breaks into this nothingness and directly connects with Chloe, who was born here. In an instant, the contract was completed. And Chloe also successfully obtained a new identity. From this moment on, he was the Black Deacon Crow of the Twilight Pirates. The goal is to be Kyle's sword and achieve all goals for him by any means. Chapter 72. The chef is in place. 5K. Chloe slowly opened his eyes and looked at Kyle blankly. Just now, he seemed to have experienced a wonderful life. He became a strange creature called a demon, and seemed to have signed some mysterious demon contract with Lord Kyle. The content of the contract is: as a demon, I want to become Lord Kyle's deacon, fulfill all his requirements, and then I will be gone. Chloe. Why is the contract that sells himself, a demon, so outrageously called the demon contract? Which side is the real demon? Hello Tilda. Chloe was very puzzled. But when he raised his head and saw Kyle, who was smiling at him, he subconsciously stood up straight, like a high-quality deacon, and the gentleman bowed. Kyle, thank you for your gift, man. Quote. Although he was not sure what changes had happened to his body, with his instinctive intuition, Chloe immediately guessed that all this must have been done by Kyle. Kyle, who was thanked by Chloe, was now focusing on the panel attributes of his new partner. Partner, Chloe, Sebastian Mikolas. Open black lens bracket qualification, see close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket level, 1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket experience, 0/100 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket combat power, 27 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket total qualifications, 270 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket strength qualification, 50 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket physical qualification, 70 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket agile qualification, 80 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket mental qualification, 70 close black lens bracket. Total qualifications are 270. Powers are 50. Looking at close panel, Kyle immediately thought about it. Well, although it is AC level template like Monka, close qualification distribution is too balanced, and its strength is only 50 inches. It seems that he will not be the main battle member of the Twilight Pirates in the future. Although Monka's overall qualification is also not high, he has 90 strength and 100 physical talent. Even if his overall strength is poor, in terms of strength alone, he will be enough to become a powerful general in the future. The qualification distribution of balanced qualifications is completely different from Chloe. Fortunately, Kyle didn't have much hope for Chloe's battle at the beginning. Sure enough, I have specialized in my profession. He smiled, looked at the elegant black deacon in front of him, and suddenly spoke. Chloe, go and make me a red wine steak. It must be 7 years old and add more onions. Question mark. Steak, what the hell? Lord Kyle, this is asking me to cook for him. But I can't cook at all. Chloe was stunned, but a certain instinct in his body manipulated him in an instant, causing him to respond. Okay, sir. Immediately, Chloe left the captain's room and walked towards the kitchen in the cabin. About 30 minutes later, a steak with a fragrant and hot smell was placed on Kyle's desk. He choked and took back the overflowing saliva. He then skillfully cut a small piece of the steak that was sizzling in front of him with a knife and fork, and held it in front of him. Looking at the rosy color at the cut and smelling the seductive fragrance that kept coming to his face, Kyle's eyes suddenly flashed with anticipation. Put the beef into your mouth. In an instant, the aroma of beef soars gracefully in the narrow mouth with the bursting of tender juice. Tasty. Kyle's eyes lit up and he exuded sincere admiration. After being in the pirate world for so long, this is the first time he has eaten the delicacy belonging to this world. Marvelous. Too shocking. Sure enough. This character card from the Black Deacon did not disappoint him. As Kyle had expected. After loading Sebastian Mikulis's character template, Chloe has successfully inherited the basic instincts of this perfect deacon. What is the basic instinct of a perfect deacon? That is, you can go to the hall, go to the kitchen, beat criminals, and fight hooligans. Not to mention that literary writing can bring peace to the world and martial arts can make the world clear, but we must also combine excellent character, literacy, knowledge and appearance. This is the perfect deacon. This is also the main reason why Kyle wants to take Chloe for his own use even if he makes Kia sad. It's not that he can't bear to leave Chloe. Just before talking to Kia, Kyle had already tested every butler of the Kia family with the character card of the Black Deacon. But compared with Chloe, who was once a real pirate, the devil attributes of these ordinary housekeepers are obviously too low. You must know. Sebastian Mikulis, but at the cost of eating the soul of the male protagonist of the anime, contracted with the male protagonist and became his Black Deacon. He is the real demon. How could this group of ordinary housekeepers who have never even killed chickens and sheep be able to fit this character card? Among these housekeepers, the one with the highest degree of fit is only 45%, which is completely incomparable to Chloe, who has an 85% fit. After eating this supper that was not considered dinner, Kyle's eyes at Chloe became even hotter. Finally. There is finally a serious chef on their boat. After getting rid of the steak in front of him in a few seconds, Kyle took the towel handed over by Chloe and wiped the oil stains on his mouth. Immediately, he smiled satisfied and gave a very high evaluation. Not bad. This is the most delicious meal I have ever had since come to this world. Sir, you're over-reputable. Chloe said modestly, reaching out to clean up the tableware on the table. After he finished collecting the tableware, Kyle suddenly stood up, patted his shoulder and smiled. This is not an exaggeration. I've decided, Chloe. From now on, you will be the royal chef of the Twilight Pirates. I'll leave the food for the entire pirate group in the future. The entire pirate group. Chloe's eyes shook slightly. Although he still doesn't know how many people there are in the Twilight Pirates, just looking at this huge warship, you will know that the number of people will definitely not be small. If you were responsible for the food of the entire pirate group, wouldn't you be exhausted? Chloe wanted to say something, relieve stress for himself, in the end not doing so, Kyle also added some help to him. However, under the influence of the demon contract, he agreed in a strange way. Thank you for your trust. Perfect Deacon, you cannot refuse any needs of your master. Ha ha ha. Kyle stood up with a laugh and patted his palms twice at the air. Papa. The next moment, because he had to direct the Kia family employees to carry supplies, the little Tiga, who had not yet officially met with Chloe, suddenly teleported to the captain's room. What are your instructions, Captain? Little Tiga imitated KB's usual appearance and stood up straight as if he was a good person, waiting for the order. Kyle smiled slightly and pointed at Chloe. I'll introduce you to you. This is our new partner, Chloe. From today on, he will be the only cook on our ship. Tell Kirby that he will be responsible for the hygiene issues on the ship in the future and he will not need to go into the kitchen again. No problem, Captain. Little Tiga immediately saluted seriously, and a full moon-like smile appeared on his face under his cloak, and then he greeted Chloe happily. Hello, Chloe, I am the ship elf on this ship, my name is Tiga. As a ship elf, in addition to the upgrade of Tiga, he can also gain power from the emotions of his friends on the ship towards the hull. So the more people there are on the boat, the happier he will be. But when Chloe saw little Tiga's appearance for the first time, he immediately showed a shocked look on his face. Ship elf. Isn't that a legendary creature? He blinked, looked at Kyle unconsciously, and then the shock on his face instantly closed. By the way, even giving yourself such magical powers is nothing new to you. Just a ship elf is just not a novelty to your new captain. After calming down, Chloe immediately showed a graceful smile like a black deacon, and said with a deacon in a deacon. Hello, Mr. Tiga, please give me some advice in the future. After the two introduced each other, Kyle spoke again. Okay, I have nothing to do here now. Little Tiga, take Chloe to get to know the cabin, and then ask him to go to the training room to say hello to everyone. Yes, Captain. According to the rules of the new partner boarding the ship, the newcomer's beloved little Tiga is still the one who is loved by everyone. After Tiga and Chloe left the captain's room, Kyle opened the dock interface in the system and smiled with relief. Since the most important chef has been found, it is time to create a comfortable and healthy dining environment for your partners. While speaking, he clicked on the kitchen and restaurant in the facility mall with his mind. Instantly, a detailed introduction to the two facilities pops up. Open black lens bracket facilities, kitchen close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket level, 1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket experience, 0/5 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket introduction, a simple cooking place. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket effect, increase the chef's meal delivery speed by 10%. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket facilities, restaurant close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket level, 1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket experience, 0/5 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket introduction, a simple dining place. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket effect, increase the appetite of the eater by 10%. Close black lens bracket. In the past, Kyle thought that he was the cookery that Kebi was, even if he bought the kitchen and restaurant, it would be a waste. After all, something that is not delicious is to increase the appetite, it is still not delicious. Although the rice cooked by Kebi is still acceptable, that's all. Kyle always feels that his thoughts are being controlled by making him increase his appetite for an ordinary dish. But with the chef Black Deacon, the situation is different. Faced with delicious food, the increase in appetite will only give him more enjoyment. And considering that Chloe has to make 3 meals a day for so many people every day, this accelerated meal delivery in the kitchen is also an indispensable existence. With delicious food, you naturally need to have a matching dining environment to deserve the delicious food. There are 2 facilities, each 500 W Bailey. Even if it is directly upgraded to level 3, each is just 3500 W Bailey. This is nothing to Kyle, who is rich and powerful now. Anyway, there are still 4 spare locations in the facility column that have not been used. His thoughts moved. The original kitchen and dining room in the cabin of the Tiga changed instantly. Because Kyle directly upgraded it to level 3, the kitchen, which originally seemed very simple, immediately became extremely fulfilling. In the huge space, there is a circle of various kitchen utensils. Ovens, fryers, steamers. As long as it can be used in an ordinary kitchen, it can be said to be everything. Restaurants of the same level have become the same as kitchens. Not only is the space expanded enough to accommodate hundreds of people to eat at the same time, but the environment has become even more Michelin than Michelin. The main feature is a state that makes people seem unaffordable. Certainly. Kyle, who has not visited in person, is not aware of all the changes. Because he had already clicked on several other facilities' interfaces. Kyle has never used the 1 billion Bailey cash brought back by Monka and Akin. It's not that he forgot. Mainly, the probability of shipment in the last lottery was too high. Kyle was worried that he would use up all his luck in recent times that time and he would do it in the future. What good goods can't be found? So in the near future, he plans to accumulate some character first and then draw. But if the money is left in his hands, it won't be a puppy. After thinking about it, he decided to just do his best to benefit the crew. He took out another 5,000 Bailey and upgraded the dormitory of both men and women to level 3. The 3-level crew dormitory not only has a magical buff with 15% of the sleep time per hour, but also has changed from the original 8-person dormitory to a promenade with 8 single-person small apartments. Each small apartment has an area of about 50 square meters and the structure is also very simple, just not much different from the captain's room of Kyle level 1. But in this way, the crew of the Pirates of Dusk will be able to have a room for each person in the future, which can be regarded as having an independent privacy space. It's a pity that the real estate business in Pirate World does not seem to be very popular. If this is on Earth, just joining a company, you will get a single apartment gimmick. I don't know how many newly graduated college students will attract. By the way, Kyle also upgraded the drawing room to level 3, which accelerated their opening speed. Then I purchased a steering table and an equipment room and directly occupied the only 2 remaining facilities. The former can increase the movement speed of the pirates, and the navigation speed can be directly increased by 15% at level 3. For the Tiga at this time, this amplitude speed is very photogenic. The latter can store some weapons and props that Kyle pulled out of the system. There is a special display platform inside, which can display the introduction information of weapons and props to your partners like the system in Kyle's brain. The weapons in the original system need to be taught face-to-face, and the equipment on the partner interface was officially handed over to the partner for use, which was very cumbersome. Although ordinary equipment and props don't have to be so troublesome, Kyle also needs to give them one by one face-to-face. But with this equipment room, as the captain, he can throw weapons and props such as the Sunwheel knife, detonation talisman, and 3-dimensional mobile devices into the equipment room, allowing his friends to choose freely. In this way, when Kyle's partners increase in the future, he can save a lot of trouble. The storage space in the equipment room is limited, but it will increase with the increase in level. Since all the facilities have reached level 3, Kyle has been working hard and has directly pulled his captain's room to level 3. The captain's room, which was originally just an ordinary family, was upgraded to level 3. Not only did the space double again, but it turned into a large flat floor with 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. Even the decoration became more upscale in an instant. In the past, the decoration was painted with wood boards, and there was no decoration except a few furniture. Now it has become an exquisite cottage. At first glance, it looks like walking into an IKEA display room. What excited Kyle even more was the 3-level captain's room actually equipped him with a large color TV. In this way, he can buy some video phone bugs in the future and appreciate the art of this world. This money is worth it. After surfing all the new facilities of the Tiga, Kyle immediately smiled satisfied on his face. After some operation, he spent a total of more than 200 million yuan, 215 million Baileys. For Kyle, who has seen strong winds and waves, this little money is nothing now. The precious treasure worth 1 billion Bailey that he had looted from Colonel Mouse had been transported to Kia's house. We are preparing to follow the next batch of merchant ships and deal with them all through the channels of the Stormwitch Chamber of Commerce. The weapons and ammunition that Kyle snatched from the 16th branch base can be worth at least 1.5 billion Bailey even if sold to civilians at an extremely low price. Kyle, who is about to have money, does not need to care about the small expenses of 1 or 2 million yuan now. I looked at my captain's experience value, 645 2000ths. Can you still need more than 1.3 billion Bailey to get up to level 5? It's a pity that the cash from the family still needs to be kept for the renovation of the new Chamber of Commerce and cannot be used directly. Otherwise, you can get it up to level 5 today. Kyle thought for a moment, then he clicked on the information of his friends and checked their combat effectiveness one by one. Nowadays, because the difficulty of upgrading is getting higher and higher, Dasky and his team's strength has not changed much for a long time. To this day, Dasky, the highest level, is only level 45. But her strength has indeed reached the level of a lieutenant general in the Navy headquarters. Even if you arrive at the Great Route, you can be considered a person. Monka, although he was Kyle's second partner, Kyle also used an experience book to make up for his lack of experience when he went out to perform tasks during that period, and upgraded him to level 43. But his combat effectiveness is still more than 10,000 yuan different from Dasky. Now it is 29,326, only the level of an ordinary billion-level pirate. It is considered an embarrassing situation where a major general offside and a lieutenant general is not satisfied. Zoro and Nami came later. Although they had been late for nearly a month and Kyle did not get them the right weapons to increase their qualifications, with the strong qualifications of S-level characters, they now have the top level. The strength of the major general. Nami relies on the advantage of coming first and stacking up the character templates the power of. Zoro, on the other hand, achieved this level by using the panel strength and his own strength. Speaking of this, I have to mention Zoro alone. Genius is genius. Don't look at him not long after joining the Twilight Pirates. But now, he has successfully mastered the prototype of armed and domineering spirit and became the first person in the pirate group to have armed and domineering spirit. In him, Kyle seemed to have seen the possibility of the pirates in the future dominance of the world. It is the world's top talent, plus a powerful S-level character template, if you can match it with a convenient S-level weapon. Zoro's future is immeasurable. Chapter 73 Black Gun Island. Compared with Zoro, the ultimate genius, Ajin was undoubtedly much inferior at this time. Level 32, combat power of 17,952, barely strong, can get to the level of a major general in the Navy headquarters. Nowadays, Kyle's ship is a crouching tiger and hidden dragon. The combat power of 2 lieutenant generals, the combat power of 3 lieutenant generals, and the power system given by their respective characters. It may not be comparable to the world's top family forces like Don Gilshode, but if it is against the Baroque working society, the 7 warfare sea forces that are pieced together, they can be said to have easily taken it off like chopping vegetables and melons. Kyle's eyes floated and he looked at his combat power at this time. 56,825. As the number of partners increased, his strength finally surpassed Dasky and became the number 1 combat power of the Twilight Pirates. And it won't take long, his combat power will surge a lot again. It's time to have a fight with the top forces in this world. Turning off all the system images, Kyle's face immediately showed a full of energy. Night. The star curtain is falling, and stars are spreading. Under the bright moonlight, silver waves slapped on the thick wall of the Tiga. On the deck of the giant ship, there were lights and tables of delicacies were constantly being brought out from the cabin by Kebi and Chloe. Soon. A welcome dinner with delicious food, fine wine, beautiful men and handsome women is ready. Kyle raised his glass high and celebrated loudly. Let us welcome our chef, Chloe, to officially become a member of us. Oh tilde. Smelling the aroma of the delicious food in front of you, all the crew raised their wine glasses and cheered loudly. Zoro even raised his arms and laughed, I finally don't have to eat Kebi's skills. Hey tilde. Brother Zoro, it would be too rude to say that. Kebi pounded the table and retorted loudly. But what I got was laughter and joy. Chloe stood beside Kyle crampedly. At this time, he was able to truly feel everyone's welcome gaze, which made him feel a little flattered, who had just joined this magical pirate group today. After all, he just saw the scene of Dasky and Zoro practicing together. Although Dasky's overall strength is currently much higher than Zoro, in terms of Jondao alone, the two are still in a state of being half a dozen. That battle made Chloe feel refreshed and shocked. The sound of collisions like thunder, and the fierce and domineering slashes completely showed the real side of the world to him, the frog in the well. After learning that practicing in this training room can gain powerful power, Crow was even more determined. He felt. A brand new world is slowly opening to him. Laughter and joy all night. Under Chloe's cooking skills, everyone in the pirates had a wonderful night. Early in the morning. With the first golden sunshine, the Tiga left the coast of Silabu village and embarked on a new journey. This time, Kyle's goal is directed to the underground world. According to the information provided by Click, there are a total of 3 underground weapons production bases and 2 small-scale weapons factories in the East China Sea. The 2 weapons factories are now controlled by 2 local gangsters in the East China Sea. It is actually a larger bandit group. For the current Twilight Pirate group, it is just a group of small minions and is not worthy of evidence. However, there are only 2 small weapons factories, which obviously cannot meet the needs of Kyle and the new Chamber of Commerce. They are bound to include the other 3 production bases. Behind the 3 production bases is supported by an underground king called Joker. For Clicker, Joker may be just a code name. He is arrogant and may even think that Joker is a clown who dares not see people with his true face. However, Kyle knew clearly that Joker was Doflamingo, the head of the Tang Jicade family, one of the 7 warriors of the kings. Are you finally going to meet with the 7 warriors? See? Kyle's eyes were flashing with anticipation, standing at the bow of the Tiga, looking into the distance excitedly. If he had just traveled through time, he would definitely not have the same mood as he is now. But now I have a group of such powerful subordinates, and I even hold the ultimate skills such as killing, serious punch, super intuition, and space movement. Even in the 7 warriors sea, he had nothing to be afraid of. What's more, this is the East China Sea. It's the territory of the Navy. 7 martial arts. No matter how awesome the sea is, she can only reach in secret. And after Kyle and his team are ready to enter the Great Route, their strength will grow to how much? A few days later. Black Gun Island Port. As one of the few ports in the East China Sea that allow pirates to stay open, as usual, it was already crowded with all kinds of pirate ships of all sizes. The rolling smoke enveloped the sky above the island, and the surrounding sea water seemed to be infected, no longer the normal blue color, but dim. In the air, there are choking particles mixed with choking, and low iron houses with long chimneys are arranged in an orderly manner to divide the streets. This is one of the famous underground black markets in the East China Sea. 1/5 of the illegal weapons and ammunition in the East China Sea are all circulated here. Although the large weapon factory is only the one in the center of the island, there are only a few pirates who can directly hand over the factory. Therefore, all kinds of weapon workshops or vendors can be seen everywhere on the street. Almost everyone here has a good skill in manufacturing and repairing firearms. On this day, everyone on the island was living a quiet and peaceful life with guns and ammunition as usual. But at this moment, there was a sudden noisy sound from the busy port. People who were attracted by the sound immediately turned their heads and looked at the port. And the next second, everyone's faces showed a look of shock. I saw a huge warship, like an irresistible giant, penetrated into a group of petty pirate ships. He knocked the ships next to him to the point of falling. "Fuck, that's our ship." A one-eyed captain in the port looked at the pirate ship that was squeezed by a huge warship, and his face immediately showed an angry expression. Pirates are irritable people. Now that I see my pirate ship being hit by someone, how can I suppress my temper? What is the difference between this and being faced with NTR? Damn it, you dare to hit my boat. No matter who you are, I want to make you look good. As he spoke, Captain One-Eyed directly took out the hand-bolt cannon he had just bought on Black Gun Island and was about to go forward to make a statement. But at this moment, a little brother next to him suddenly hugged his arm and shouted. "Can't go. Captain, you can't go. That's the ship of the pirates in the evening. Twilight pirate ship." The angry one-eyed captain's face suddenly stopped, and he followed his younger brother's guidance and looked into the sky. I suddenly saw the huge pirate flag in the East China Sea that was comparable to the face fruit. The empty skeleton eyes and the simple skeleton head, a dull dust color appears on the back, low-key without losing its meaning. It's exactly the same as the photos in the newspaper. Damn it, it's true. In an instant, Captain One-Eyed instantly subsided, and then he patted his younger brother with gratitude and said curiously. "Strange, didn't the newspaper say that Kyle was riding in a small sailboat? How come it has become a huge warship in just 2 or 3 months? Captain, have you forgotten?" My brother looked around, then lowered his voice and leaned closer. "A few days ago, didn't the official newspaper report the news that the Cliff Pirates were arrested by Navy Colonel Smoger? Based on the information I got from other trail media, the Cliff Pirates were actually defeated by the Twilight Pirates and had to be disbanded." "What?" The one-eyed captain was shocked, and even the black eye mask on his head was tilted by his blooming brows. He quickly grabbed the blindfold, then moved it and covered it on the other eye, revealing the original expression. "I didn't expect that the pirates in the evening had just gone out to sea for 3 months, and they actually defeated the overlord of the East China Sea. It seems that the East China Sea is about to change." "Who said no?" My brother scratched his head, moved the direction of his wig, and sighed with his captain. Chapter 74 Girl Black Flame. "Captain Kyle, we're here. On Tiga." Little Tiga controlled the giant ship and slowly docked at the port of Black Gun Island. A staircase with precious patterns suddenly extended out of the deck and slowly and steadily landed at the port. Under the curious, anticipated, or greedy eyes at the port, Kyle and his group slowly walked down from the Tiga. This time, except for the ship elves who could not leave the ship and Kebi who had not yet loaded the characters, Kyle and the others attacked the entire army. Just after the Tiga approached the Black Gun Island, Kyle's super intuition suddenly gave him a vague prediction. It seemed as if telling him that there was a tough battle waiting for them on this island. Kyle naturally believed in the super intuitive prediction. So he didn't care whether he would delay his companions' leveling, so he directly pulled down all the combat members. "Hey, it's really the pirates in the dusk. It's not wrong. The man in the lead is the big pirate who offers a bounty of 3 million yuan. What are they doing to Gun Island? Nonsense. Come Come to Gun Island, of course I'm here to buy it weapons. A big pirate like them must be preparing to go to the pirate's dreamland, the Great Root." Quote. "Shish. Sigh down. They look over." The pirates at the port looked at Kyle and others and whispered. A scene like Kyle, which is at its peak when it debuts, is something that almost all pirates present dream of. Although he has not yet mastered his domineering spirit, with his extraordinary perception, the voices of the pirates around him did not escape Kyle's ears. However, his expression was still as calm as Gujing Bubo. "Let's go." Kyle spoke gently, but a light suddenly flashed deep in his eyes at this moment. Obviously, despite his concerns about the tough battles ahead, he is even more looking forward to his first full-scale war in the pirates. Walking on the road leading to the central town of the island, except for Chloe and Ajin, the few people who came to this place were almost the first time they were curious and kept looking at the surrounding scene. Daski pouted her mouth angrily and muttered in disbelief. Damn it! There is such a gathering place for pirates in the East China Sea. Why has the Navy never received any news before? After visiting Black Gun Island in person, as a former Navy, Daski was shocked by the incompetence of the East China Sea Navy's intelligence agency. However, Chloe, who was walking behind Kyle, heard this and pushed the mirror frame with his white glove's palm and replied quietly. This is normal. After all, the meaning of Black Gun Island is the nest used by the world government to breed pirates. How could they let their own navy take down their own institutions? What? You said that this place has something to do with the world government. Zoro, who was originally watching the street stall on the side, suddenly turned around and showed a curious look. Of course, Chloe nodded gracefully. As we all know, the main source of financial resources of the world government is to collect gold from more than 170 countries. In order for these countries to be willing to pay the heavenly gold obediently, the world government naturally needs a reason to charge protection fees. And one pirate is the reason found by the world government. Only countries that have paid the gold in heaven can be protected by the world government. If pirates attack this country, nearby navies will be dispatched immediately. Upon hearing this, Nami, who was thinking, suddenly answered. So in this way, some of the powers who are in charge of stabilizing their monarchy and dominance will fight to collect all the money from heaven. Even for this, they can desperately squeeze them regardless of the survival conditions of the people in their territory. Until the entire country's national strength was completely emptied by the world government. So in order to make the countries in the East China Sea consciously pay the heavenly gold, even if there are a large number of pirates gathered here, the government agencies will only regard it as if they don't know. How could it be? Daski showed a look of confusion and anger. The others also became silent one after another, not knowing what they were thinking about. It seems that even Chloe and Ajin were a little thrilled at Nami's words. But these days, who has not had two tragic stories? Kyle grinned, slapped his palms twice, and smiled. Okay. Don't make the atmosphere so heavy. What the world will become is not something that one or two of you can decide. If you don't explode in silence, you will perish in silence. Facts have proved that history is just a continuous cycle, and we are just standing in this position. There is no need to think too much about the history we have set, because the next history will be written by ourselves. Kyle, who has a strong system, is more confident and proud than anyone else, but he just doesn't show it normally. But it is still no problem to motivate your partner by using the arrogance in your heart and say a few beautiful words. Sure enough, after hearing Kyle's declaration of second rank, Zoro and others' eyes flashed suddenly. Even Daski, who was feeling sad for the Navy, was motivated. She turned her head and muttered in a low voice to cover up the restlessness that was inconsistent with her personality. You can say beautiful words. Ha ha ha, you'll know if you're a pretty word. Kyle reached out and ravaged Dashi's broken hair, then stepped forward, looking straight at the huge factory with a strong gate of black smoke. He lowered his voice and his eyes suddenly became serious. So, in order to keep the trajectory of history going as we hope, we now need to find the general manager of this factory first. What Kyle wants is a complete weapon factory. If possible, he even hopes that the factory workshop will not be stopped and the handover will be completed seamlessly. Considering that the factory must be full of gunpowder, if you are not careful, it will cause a large-scale explosion. They will definitely not be able to break in like normal pirates. Directly finding the person in charge to threaten is undoubtedly the fastest solution. Whoever has a good idea. Kyle turned his head slightly and asked everyone behind him. However, in the Twilight Pirates, Daski is a silly white sweet, Monka and Ajin are a big boss, and Zoro is a big fool. At this time, only Chloe and Nami. In fact, after Kyle asked the question, a light flashed in the eyes of the two of them, but just as they raised their hand to express their plans. A young girl's voice suddenly came from the side of the road. Are you going to find the head of the factory? Kyle was slightly stunned, looking in the direction where the sound came, and suddenly saw a girl wearing a cool black leather jacket, black ponytails, but with a pair of sapphire-like eyes jumping out of the road. "Who are you?" Kyle asked the girl in front of him. The girl walked openly to Kyle and the others, waved her fair arms, and blinked. "Hello, my name is Hayan. I'm sorry for overhearing your conversation, but please believe that I didn't mean it." Hayan stretched out his finger to his ear and laughed again. "I am just born with 5 senses stronger than ordinary people, so even if I am separated from you for a distance, I can clearly hear your conversation." Kyle nodded slightly. "We are just chatting, so we don't mind being heard by others." "That's great." A dazzling flash suddenly burst out in the eyes of the girl named Black Flame. She suddenly took a step forward, shaking her ponytails of different lengths, and approached Kyle, then folded her hands together, revealing her worshipful gaze looking at her idol, and said excitedly, "If you don't burst out in silence, you will perish in silence." "That's great. Mr. Kyle is worthy of being the most powerful pirate in the East China Sea. Even if you just talked to your subordinates before, you can actually say such an inciting sentence. May I ask, Lord Kyle, can I follow you?" Chapter 75 Tang Jikade Family Cadre 4.6k. Follow me. A playful look suddenly flashed in Kyle's eyes. This is the first time someone has jumped out and has taken the initiative to join their pirate group. This was indeed a novel experience for him. Kyle opened his mouth slightly, and was about to say something. But at this moment, a group of strong men wearing black suits and like bodyguards suddenly ran out of the crowd, heading straight to where Kyle was. They ran and shouted loudly, "Miss! Miss!" With a sparse sound of footsteps, a group of black-clothed bodyguards instantly came to Hayan's side, surrounded her firmly, and then looked at Kyle with vigilance. "Pirates, what are you going to do to our eldest lady?" A bodyguard with a flat head and sunglasses suddenly walked out. Although he did not raise the gun, the fingers that had been stuck on the trigger were declaring his power to Kyle and others. "Miss." Kyle tilted his head and glanced at Hayan behind the man in black, with a look of inquiry in his eyes. "Well." Hayan sighed, then reached out and patted the bodyguard in front of him on the shoulder. "Don't be so nervous, Black Rock. If I need your protection, I will be sold to Happy Street by the group of pirates last week to serve the guests. In front of the strongest pirate in the East China Sea, do you think your 2 broken guns will have any effect?" As he spoke, Hayan pushed away the bodyguard in front of him with a smile and came to Kyle and others again. "It seems that your identity is not ordinary, little sister." Kyle took a look at Black Flame with a funny look. Hayan immediately spread his hands helplessly and sighed. "There is no way. Who told me to be the daughter of the person in charge of this island? The daughter of the power." Hearing this keyword, Kyle's eyes suddenly narrowed. "Then your identity is really extraordinary than I thought. The purpose of the pirates coming here at dusk is to fully control the weapons production base on Black Gun Island. If Hayan is saying it is true, then her identity will undoubtedly be of great help to them." Even Nami and Chloe behind Kyle's expressions changed at this moment. "If you want to make this island obedient and control the descendants of those in power in your hands, it is undoubtedly a good way to do it once and for all." At this time, Black Flame did not notice the change in expressions of Kyle and his friends, and was still complaining to Kyle. "Although I seem to be beautiful, every once in a while, there are always a group of eyes-opening guys who want to kidnap me and blackmail my father. And the strength of Heiji and others can't protect me at all. So." A sudden light of expectation flashed in the eyes of the girl with ponytails. She blinked playfully at Kyle, and continued to fold her hands and prayed. "Please be happy, Lord Kyle, let me join your pirate group. There must be no bad guys around you who dare to attack me again." "Oh." Kyle smiled slightly, "So you joined us to make me a free tool for you." "Of course it's not the case." Hayan shook his head quickly, and his 2 slender ponytails danced in the air with a satin-like beauty. The girl took another step forward. "I'm already awakened, Lord Kyle. I have lived enough of my life as a young lady. I don't want to rot in this island covered in black clouds for the rest of my life." And don't think I'm a girl Zi, my marksmanship is even better than Heiji and the others. Quote. And there are still. No matter what weapon it is, as long as it is related to machinery and gunpowder, I can just take apart and draw the corresponding drawings. And my 5 senses are far beyond ordinary people, and I am a natural lookout. The little girl seemed to be afraid of Kyle's rejection, and she said several of her strengths in succession. Kyle, who originally thought it was a bit fun, suddenly raised his eyebrows after listening to the girl's profile. You can draw the drawings of guns? Kyle asked suddenly. Ah. The girl was stunned for a moment, then nodded immediately and said. Well, I'm pirated many of the weapons on the production line nowadays, based on the Navy's guns. I'm very awesome. I can't tell, you're pretty good at it. Kyle rubbed his chin and looked at the girl carefully twice. At the same time, he also clicked Main's character card in his mind and compared it with the girl. Open black lens bracket fitness equals 56% close black lens bracket. Is it a 56 fit? If you practice more, she should be able to barely pass. Maybe you can even reveal a character card that is more suitable for her in the future. It is also okay to include the Pirates, Reserve Army first. And, the talent for drawing firearms. I remember there is a facility in the dock system that can automatically produce weapons based on weapon drawings. As the thoughts spread, Kyle's eyes shone more and more, and there was a hint of appreciation in his eyes when he looked at the girl. Kyle nodded and smiled. I'm considering. But before that, since you heard our conversation, you should know what we want to do now, Miss Black Flame. Now, take us to meet your father. If the conversation goes well, I will consider getting you to join my pirates. Hi Tilda. The girl with a pair of ponytails showed a look of joy on her face and immediately responded excitedly. But at this moment, the bodyguard Heiji, who had been silent, finally couldn't help it. He quickly interrupted. Wait a moment, miss. Have you discussed it with the master if you are a pirate? And the master is meeting important guests now, so we can't disturb him. I'm so annoying. The Black Flame girl suddenly turned around, and her face showed a completely disgusting expression that was completely opposite to her treatment of Kyle and others. I will go wherever I want to go. I don't want to stay in this dirty place all the time. And for so many years, factories have been making money by relying on my drawings, and no one is qualified to care about me. Heian snorted, and under the anxious and helpless eyes of a group of bodyguards, he turned around instantly, changed his face and smiled. Please come with me by Lord Kyle. Okay. Kyle nodded, but felt emotion in his heart. Women are indeed fickle animals. It seems to be a problem child. Dasky, who was beside him, approached Kyle and muttered in a low voice. Shish. Kyle smiled and stretched out his finger. Did you forget that the girl in front of us can hear us talking more than 10 meters away? As if he was caught talking bad things from behind his back, Dasky's little face instantly turned red. Ha 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 Tilda. Kyle let out a burst of laughter. Heian, who was walking in front, also trembled slightly with his shoulders, obviously not letting him laugh out loud. In fact, Heian is not a stubborn girl who worships pirates. Although she always had the idea of leaving this island in her mind, being a pirate is just one of the roads she plans for the future. The real thing that made her want to decide to join Kyle's gang was actually because of what Kyle and the others had just talked about. With super strong hearing, she heard all the conversations between Kyle and others in her ears. A group of pirates actually think about the style of the Navy and the world government. This made her feel the extraordinariness of Kyle and her gang. I also felt that the future of the Twilight Pirates will never be confined to this small East China Sea. This is a pirate group with great potential. She, Miss Heian, is the daughter of a businessman. When encountering a potential industry, the earlier you invest, the higher the returns. Black Gun Center. In a tall building surrounded by huge black chimneys. This is the concentration of rights of Black Gun Island. The person who talks about this island is also Hei Yan's father, Hei Shin, an old man wearing a gold blue suit and a well-proportioned figure. As the ruler of Black Gun Island, he can be said to be the uncrowned king of this island. However, such a man with great power showed his face full of philanthropy and ordered his subordinates to open large metal boxes, revealing piles of banknotes filled with copper smell. Mr. Raoji, Lord Mahabey, all the harvests for this quarter are here, please check it out. A pretty good-hearted face showed a smile like a servant, and he flatteredly pushed the box on the table forward. On the other side of the Black Heart, sitting on the other side of the conference table was an old man who was about to die for a long time and a swimsuit man with a figure that is even fatter than a Black Heart. These two people are obviously cadres from the Tang Gilshode family and under the command of the Dunge Diamante. Raoji, and Mahabes. At this time, Raoji was sitting calmly on the chair with his arms crossed his chest. In fact, this old man actually didn't hear anything Haitian was saying. However, another cadre, Mahabes, looked at the banknotes in front of him and his eyebrows suddenly rose. In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire office was instantly suppressed. His face darkened, with anger. Why is it just that little bit? Didn't I let the other two factories send Bailey to you? Do you want to tear up the treaty set by Lord Joker? No, no, no. Hearing this, a cold sweat suddenly burst out from Haitian's forehead. He quickly stood up and explained. Mr. Mahabey, please give me a clear idea. Even if I give me 10,000 courage, I don't dare to take the money that belongs to Lord Joker. It is true that the arms trading market in the East China Sea has been in a downturn in the past few months. I guess you must have heard that a hero from the East China Sea, Smog, emerged from the Navy and arrested many big pirates in the East China Sea. The Dragon of the Fishman, the Clown Bucky, and the East China Sea Admiral Click were arrested one after another by the Navy Colonel Smog, causing many pirates to dare to show up, and they were very calm. If they don't use weapons and ammunition, our factories will naturally lose business. Especially, the East China Sea Admiral Click, his pirate group with 5,000 people, has always been one of our major customers in the weapons factory. So, the only dividends given to Lord Joker this quarter are the 1.5 billion Baileys. Mahabey still frowned. But he did hear a little about the things that Haitian explained on the way to the East China Sea. Considering that the other party had always handed over the money on time and in quantity before, he should not dare to deceive them now. Although the anger on Mahabes's face did not fade away at all, he nodded. He waved his hand in annoyance. Okay, I'll bypass you this time. Next time, I won't be so easy to talk to. Thank you, sir. Hearing this, Haitian, who was sweating, suddenly showed a relaxed expression on his face, and he bent down to thank him. Several men in black from the Tangjikode family stepped forward and closed the metal box in front of them one by one. Sir, please. Haitian skillfully opened the office door and raised his hand to guide him respectfully. Mahabes also touched Raoji's arm, indicating that he had finished his work and could leave. Ah, is it over? The old Raoji made an old voice that seemed to shake his throat, and then stood up and the two walked out of the office. However, at this moment, the door to a reception room next to the office was suddenly pushed open. Wait a minute, Lord Kyle, my father's guest has not left yet, please wait a little. The dissuasion of the Black Flame girl came from the reception room. But then, a young man's voice appeared one after another. That won't work, Miss Black Flame. Kyle walked out of the reception room and looked straight at the metal box in the hands of several men in black, with golden eyes shining. He smiled slightly. After all, your father's two guests are also the goal of our trip. You're right. Nami also jumped out to join in the fun at this time. Just now, Kyle and others did not directly break into Haitian's office to threaten him for his sake. Instead, I sat in the room next door, waiting for the Black Heart to end. I was bored and had super 5 senses. Heiyan wanted to take this opportunity to show himself to Kyle. Then Heiyan, who didn't care about his image as a philandering father, broadcast the conversation content of the next room to Kyle in real time. This broadcast doesn't matter. But he directly mobilized Kyle's mind. Lord Raoji, Lord Mahabes. Aren't these two guys the cadres of the Tangjikode family? At this moment, Kyle finally understood where the prediction given by super intuition came from. Are you going to fight head-on with the cadres of the Tang Jikade family now? Kyle was a little hesitant at first. But just now, he suddenly made up his mind. Dry. Must do it. It's just his thing. It is not to be an enemy of the Tang Jikade family. But let Doflamingo see his value. After walking out of the reception room, Kyle took a step forward and stopped everyone in the Tangjikode family. Rao Ji, Mahabis. I didn't expect that in this small East China Sea, you two big men can actually meet you. This really makes me feel flattered. Kyle smiled slightly, but his aura suddenly surged. Instantly. The monthly reading skills were suddenly activated. The strong spiritual power instantly enveloped all the men in black. Under Kyle's terrifying mental power, these minions have not even supported the real world. In seconds, then he staggered and fell to the ground. The metal boxes containing Bailey also fell to the ground one by one. Bath domineering and domineering. Looking at his brother who suddenly fainted, Mahabis immediately looked shocked. Nami, who was behind, saw that he was relaxed, immediately waved her arms with golden eyes. The wind is coming. Several whirlwinds suddenly appeared under the metal box out of thin air, holding the metal box and flying towards Kyle and others. But at this moment, a bang! A surging fist wind suddenly blew away the whirlwind summoned by Nami, causing all the metal boxes to fall to the ground again. Everyone's eyes instantly looked in the direction of the fist wind. I saw that Rao Ji, who was still mentally distracted and could not distinguish between the east, south, west and north, was as if he was 30 years younger at this moment, with his muscles bulging and extremely strong. Little devil, who are you? The real person who was talking about this trip. Rao Ji looked at Kyle, who was suspected of using a domineering look in front of him with a serious expression, and asked a threatening question. You dare to attack us and steal our money? Are you tired of living? A violent aura soared into the sky. At Rao Ji's feet, the smooth floor was shattered at this moment, and the splashed wood chips were flying towards Kyle and others like bullets. The 39-bound rode the gate fan. Seeing this, Dasky instantly gave a light shout. A golden energy barrier suddenly appeared in front of Kyle, blocking all the splashing wood chips, maintaining Kyle's chic temperament. Faced with the rich aura of this old pirate, Kyle smiled calmly and said, Don't be so angry, as being angry is not good for the elderly. Immediately he looked around and saw through the window that the factory was gushing with black smoke around him, and smiled. I think you probably don't want to make this factory unrun, right? Why don't we find a more spacious place and have a good chat?